Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, get ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
I mean, the White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Yeah, the robot looks more real than the human, Dylan Burns, because Dylan Burns is trying to fake at being a woman, right? Trying to kind of like through surgery and hormones and behaviors try and become a thing that which it is not. Whereas the android is using a nervous system and musculoskeletal structure, but it's not trying to look like a human, right? It's trying to be an android that has these things. Right? Like you ever watch like you know what? Hold on, let me find this video. I can show you the difference in humans.
Beautiful.
Here you go. I'm going to show you what happens. God damn it. I clicked the wrong button. Yo, Rudy, what's up? I'll show you what happens. Why will you not click and drag? There we go. This is what a trans person looks like when they're not, when they're just honest about what they are. Right? It's a totally different world.
Oh, thank you.
Cute.
But I'm
Everyone.
not lady.
You're not a lady?
Yes.
What are you?
I'm lady boy. And you don't believe me?
You are not a lady boy, are you?
I'm
No.
lady boy.
Really?
Yes.
You are gorgeous.
No.
No?
I'm lady boy.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you either.
Oh, why?
You're lady.
See, that's the difference. Dylan Burns is doing Dylan Burns, goddamn it. Dylan Mulvaney is doing everything in his power to like mimic being the perfect woman, right? Like they're like, and it's over the top, it's performative, it's crazy. But like when you're just in your soul and you're just like, yeah, I'm a fucking dude, but you know, I'm an Asian dude and I was little and I could make more money and do better things and felt like a lispy little queer, so I decided to be this. Give it 6 months, Burns will get there. Oh man, that was a bad Freudian slip. Right, but I'm just saying, like, there is like when you're not trying to like put on this massive overblown character of like female and you're just being a crazy and being you don't get that same weird alien look. It's the inauthenticity that creates a worse uncanny valley, especially when you're trying to chase with so many surgeries. Oh, I forgot to restart the music. Chatty McChat. Alrighty. Yeah, I was, how's everybody's Easter weekend? Did you guys do fun stuff with your family and stuff? I kind of forgot about it until it came up. And I was like, oh shit. I have to like go see family and stuff. Talk to them on the phone, all that fun stuff. Yeah, dude, like the stream, like, share, subscribe. Thank you so much, Rudy, for the donations. Click that notification bell. But if you really want the go lives, join the Discord. That's the best way to do it. If you want to watch me be toxic or hear my shower thoughts, just God damn it, my thumb. Just follow me on X. And yeah, I mean, you can support the channel in a bunch of ways. The best way to support the channel, you know, beyond all those other things, if you want to give a little bit of money, is become a member for only $3.99. Rudy likes dropping those memberships. Really helps us out in the algorithm. But also, you know, you get some access to some emotes. You get to dunk on people, and we get to kind of see who's been here a while and who hasn't. Rudy over here with that gold coin. Gold coin is not the best one, but it is the best one you can have so far. And so so I appreciate all the support. But as always, I always answer super chats. Might not answer them immediately, but I always get to super chats. And it's the same revenue split as memberships. Baldur's Gate 3, yeah, after I do this interview and stuff, we'll probably play like some Baldur's Gate 3 patch 8, maybe react to some videos or something. I'll do it with you guys. I mean, I've been playing it, but I'll make a new run for stream and just kind of hang out. I'll do like a purely evil Dark Urge run, maybe like a Death Domain cleric or something. Yeah, that's not altruism. Right? Do you gain value by watching? Like, I hate you, 420 TV. I hate you. I hate all you trolls. Dude, so my cat today decided to try and murder me. Right? Like, me and my cat, we've been chill. Right? I got that cat in a divorce in like 2015, 2016, somewhere around there. Oh, dude, she's not gonna be on stream today. Yeah, no. Well, I was like, my ex-wife wanted a cat, and then she wanted another cat, and then we got divorced, and she was like, yeah, you keep the cats. Did I give the cat probable cause? I did. I fucked up. Okay, listen. The cat's getting old, and I was like, all right, I gotta stop buying it like fucking groceries, like the best kibble at the grocery store. Your players just got level 10 in your IRL campaign? Fucking, that's an achievement. Highest I've ever gone is like, I think like 13 as a DM. And that took it took like more than 2 years of like consistently doing it. But yeah. So I was like, I got to buy the cat real food. So I bought the cat like some good real food. And I pick up the cat to like let it know that there is real food. And she doesn't like to be picked up. Okay. And so I was like, but she's normally mostly chill about it. Okay. But like I didn't want the dog trying to eat her food, and I was like, okay, well, let me let her know that she has like food here because she didn't come out when I called her. So I picked her up from the underside. She's like pretty chill about it, and then Mark's dog is like, oh, it's playtime, and like she was already like not having it, and then she was like, oh, it's like, and so he just starts jumping on me while I'm holding the fucking cat. And so this happened. Like, you can't really see it that well. It's on my thumb and in my palm, and then like here and here and here and here and on my wrist. It's like I start dripping blood on the fucking carpet. I was like, God damn it. Gen X MILFs love Baldur's Gate 3. I think it's probably just millennials, bro. I don't think that's a Gen X MILF thing. I think that's a millennial MILF thing. But in your brain, you've kind of forgotten that millennials are now 40 years old. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to be 35 this year, and I'm in the midway point of millennials. Like the oldest, like the youngest millennials, I think are 29 right now, or 28, depending on who you ask. Yeah, the youngest millennials are 29. So this is the last year where like millennials are not middle-aged or into their 40s. Okay, well, you know, I'm not super. I'm good. I'm not chasing after the MILFs. The problem with nerdy Gen X MILFs is they're probably stuck inside. Dude, I asked this girl out the other day at the grocery store. I just saw a girl. We don't need to get into it. We don't need to go step by step to dissect whether or not I have game. And I asked this girl out, and because like I thought we were vibing for a second, and I was like, oh, do you have like phone number or Instagram or something I can contact you? And then she was like, how about my OnlyFans? And I was just like, oh, that hurt me more than like any rejection had ever hurt me. I was just like, oh, like I'm so grossed out by you right now. Like, like, and also it was multiple things. Cause like, it was like, she sees me as a potential wallet, right? Like she sees me as a wallet. I'm like, oh, great. So now I'm some wallet for some chick. And then, you know what I mean? Like not looking at me as like a potential boyfriend or something, but just somebody that's going to pay, which I'm not, boys. Like I promise you, no matter how much money you guys donate, of which I am broke and could use, I will never use your money to fucking give to some other girl as a wallet. All right. If you give me money, it will either go to my bills, go to my kids, right? Go to my kids, go to my bills, go to me being fat, which might not be good, you know what I mean? But I'm trying. Or like go to do things to upgrade the stream or other things. Like if I had like a good influx of money right now, I might buy a laptop so that I could like do some stuff on the road or like, go outside and do some work. But like, yeah, no, I'll never do that. It's that dog meme with the closed eyes. Like, yeah, I know what you mean. But I was like, dude, that's so rough. And then on top of that, I was just like completely disgusted because it's like, oh, you're a whore. And like 5% of Gen Z are. This is for being based in starving hoes. Let's go. Let's go. 50 check. What are they called? Check what? I can't remember. It's like check roll. What's the check currency called? Karuna or Karuna. Oh, it's the word for crown. That makes sense. So I can just say crowns. 50 crowns in the chat, boys. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't know what CZK stood for, but I appreciate. I mean, I knew what it stood for. I just didn't remember the name of it. I appreciate it. Joe, what's up? Scott, do you think men who date women that are 18, 19 when they're over 50 are a bit creepy? Yeah, I do. I don't know if creepy is the right word for it. It just, I mean, it really does depend, but like, yeah, I guess creepy works. Yeah, I think I don't really care how old you are if you're dating like a 23 or 24-year-old. Like the whole age gap thing doesn't make sense to me. Like if you're 50 and you're dating a 24-year-old, or you're 60 and you're dating a 24-year-old, I don't care. Like I know that like a 24-year-old is like a matured enough woman to the point where she's not getting any fucking more mature by getting older, right? Like she's not magically more mature, or like, you know, or the relationship is like different in some domain because she's 45 than if she's 24, right? But like if you're in your 30s or above and you're dating like an 18 or a 19-year-old girl, I have a lot less like something's not right there. The whole vibe is off. Like it feels obviously it feels transactional, but that's not any different than like a 24-year-old and a 6-year-old. But like I do feel like, well, no, I feel like you are like, I just don't look at as an 18-year-old as an adult. I just don't view 18-year-old girls as adults. I barely view most women as adults because their decision-making power is fucking limited. Their logic is fucking limited. And a lot of them are really fucking stupid. So I barely look at a 45-year-old woman as an adult. Like they are an adult, but I barely do. What do you mean, Trexmon? Nobody promised you mod. Oh my God, I can't open this fucking bottle because my fucking hand's all fucked up from the cat. Right? But nevertheless, they are adults. Like I'm not going to deny humanity to women. And plenty of, right? But like a lot of them are like just socialists full of nonsense in their head. But like an 18, 19-year-old girl, like that genuinely feels to me like you're taking advantage of a child. And like you guys can get mad at me all you want, but people go, "Oh yeah, but no, you were never modded." But people be like, "Oh yeah, but like, oh maybe you were." I think I muted you because you came in and immediately started saying that the stream is gay, and then started making fun of the person that's coming on, or saying that the person coming on the stream is gay. And like, yeah, I don't need people being like, "Oh, what's this?" in the algorithm, and then seeing in chat being like, "Oh, this is gay, this is bad." So I just deleted it. But I think I muted you or something and then unmuted you, which if I had given you mod, which I don't remember giving you mod, that would have taken away your mod privileges. No, I'll give it back to you. It's just don't, if you're going to be a mod, right? If you're going to be a moderator, don't fucking come in here and talk shit on the stream or the guests. Like using fucking things that people don't like when the stream isn't even started yet. It like turns people away from the stream. Yo, this song is wild in the background. What is this? Happy with a A? It's like corporate slop. I don't know, but it makes my brain wiggle. So I'm okay with it. Don't make me start on my grandma. She spent $200 on a cabinet to put the food in it. Only for me to clean the table and put the food in the cabinets we already had. I don't understand that. I get that. True. Women are kept, not listened to. No, I mean, like, women are perfectly fine to listen to. There's plenty of women that are like, there are plenty of rational women out there, right? But I mean, that's going to be true if you have a planet with 8 billion people on it. The problem that I have with like young women is like, sexually speaking, any guy that tells you like, "Oh, if I find out a girl's 17 or 16, I'm immediately turned off. That is so disgusting," is lying to you, right? Like physically our monkey brains like girls basically the moment they're mostly done with puberty. That's just the truth. Once they get to 15, 16, 17, and they're like, and they have tits and they have hips and they have a youthful face, our monkey brain is like, that looks good. But we obviously know that there's like mentally, they're not all the way there yet. They're not developed, and like you shouldn't be looking at them for a relationship. So anytime I see like some 50-year-old dude with like an 18, 19-year-old, I'm like, yeah, you're just there for sex, right? Like you're just there because you see this as an object. But the other thing is that like, you know, this whole age of consent thing that we have like doesn't really make a lot of sense. And I think the big reason it doesn't make a lot of sense is like, before the government was mostly involved into this, fathers were involved with this, right? And it was your duty as a father to pass off your daughter, right? Like eloping was a big deal. Like running off with some guy and getting married and giving up your dowry and running away from your family was like a really rough thing to do. It was not a good idea, right? So more often than not, the father and maybe the mother and the whole family, but especially the father, you know, was in charge of like looking at this other guy and trying to figure out like, is this 24-year-old that just built a house with his bare hands right for my daughter, right? And it seems like he's genuine. And then you guys grow up to each other, right? Because like, let's be honest, fertility starts to be not peak at 25, right? At 25, fertility starts to go down a little bit for women. And at 30, it really starts to go down. And at 35, it goes off of an edge, off a cliff, right? It's gone. Like, obviously, there are treatments, there are things you can do. But if you're trying to date, well, you need a couple years of dating, right? And then you need to find someone to date. So you need a year or two to find someone to date. Then you need a year or two to get engaged to that person. Then you need at least a year. Then you need a year to plan a wedding. Okay? Then once you're married, you can start having kids. So you have 5 years before that shit ever starts. So if you're trying to be married by 30 and starting a family in your early 30s and you want multiple kids, you need to be dating the person that you're going to marry by like 24, 25. So like the fertility math doesn't fucking make sense that all of us as men should also only date 24-year-olds and above. So like there's just kind of like this contradiction in my head where it's like society's fucked and we're not matching people up and the families aren't involved. And so family planning is fucked. So like I kind of look down on you in our current structure for dating someone that's, you know, like under 22 if you're in your 30s or 40s or obviously above. But at the same time, if you're in your mid 30s and you're trying to find people to start a family with, you'd be kind of fucking stupid to date anybody over the age of 25. It's just not to your benefit at all in any way to date a woman that's 30. If you're 35, like you should be dating a 25-year-old. Like you should not be dating a 30-year-old unless you already have kids and like you're done all that and you're in a divorce, you know, kind of in my situation. Like in my situation, I don't care. I'll date a 40-year-old. I already have kids. I'm done. That's it. But if you're trying to like genuinely start a family, this music is so weird with this subject matter. No, I'm not. I'm spitting happy truths, right? But if you're genuinely trying to start a family, you should be dating someone under 25 if you're in your, pretty much no matter what age you are, if that's your goal. But when I see somebody dating an 18 or a 19-year-old, I know more often than not that's really just a sexual relationship. Unless it's like some like religious thing or like an arranged marriage or something like that. Just go for the MILFs, less hangups? I guess. What's the ideal age gap? I mean, I think that really just depends on the person. I mean, like, historically and genetically, it looks like 6 years, right? Like, the age, like, it looks like 6 years. So, a 24-year-old girl, 30-year-old guy, 25, 31. But, like, once you start getting into your 30s and into your 40s, kind of already fucked up. I need more kids. I don't know. I feel like the two I have is a lot. If I didn't have a son with autism, I know this is super fucked up, but it's probably just true. Like if my son didn't have autism and it wasn't such a struggle,
you know, I might have like maybe like considered having, you know, another family and more kids and stuff. But like, I know that he's going to need a lot of care and a lot of attention. And like, it wouldn't feel right to me to like get with some other girl, have a bunch more kids, and just not have that time with him. And I also don't know what his future looks like. Most marriages are only separated by about 3 years. I mean, it depends on how you look at the data, but I mean, hypergamy is about 6 years. But that includes the successes and the failures. Look, of course, the music geeked out on me because you guys said something. Ideal age for a 24-year-old? Like a 24-year-old male? Dude, why will the player not... Like, what is happening? Pretzel Rocks is, like, breaking down. I can't get my background. There we go. There we go. So if you're a 24-year-old male, you're not really... I wouldn't say you should be in any rush. But like a 20-year-old would be fine. Yeah, Rudy, you're probably right. Like a 20-year-old is fine. Even a 19-year-old would be fine. 18-year-old might be a little weird, right? Like you want somebody that like is actually kind of like ready to go out there. You know what I mean? Like if you're genuinely looking for a relationship, yeah. Don't date somebody older than you though. As a male, it's usually a bad idea. It's not like, I mean, like, if it happens, it happens, and more power to you. But in general, it's not a good idea. I mean, 420 TV, you can say that all you want, but, like, the data doesn't lie. Like, in relationships where you're still not established financially and stuff, and you're, like, dating an older woman, like, that's a relationship. I'm not saying it's doomed to failure, but it's not likely to work. I would want someone at drinking age at least. I mean, yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, I guess if you're a drinker. You need to be able to stand each other and talk to each other. Too big of an age gap and you won't be able to relate. I feel like this is more of a myth than true. Like, I do agree that, like, you know, massive, like, generational differences, like massive age gaps can cause that problem. But the question is I think it's less to do about whether or not you have the same hobbies and the same interests, the same background, the same understanding of the world, and more along the lines of, like, do you share the same values, right? Like, if you're both, you know, if you, like, met at your Orthodox church and you're both very devoted to, you know, a certain understanding of the way the world works and certain understanding, then like of like, you know, you have the same values, you have the same goals, then it doesn't matter if like your girl is all into TikTok dances so long as she's not posting them, right? You know what I mean? Right? Or like, you know, watches Real Housewives, or, you know, is into like makeup YouTube tutorials, and like you don't get any of that shit. Like if you have the same values, none of that the rest of that shit just kind of evaporates. In fact, it'll probably make your relationship stronger if you have different interests and different things. Especially if she can go and do those things and you can do those things on your own. It can make the relationship a lot less fucking annoying. Yeah, mead's all right, but fucking Mad Gentleman probably takes a little too far. It's probably like some religious experience for you, bro. Mead is okay. Like if you go and get go to a meadery or something, and get like some honey mead or something, it can be pretty fucking good. And dangerous. Because you can drink mead and be like, oh, I'm drinking this like I would a mixed drink or like wine or something. More like wine. And it's like, oh, and it's even easier to drink than that. And then you find out you're drinking something that's just as powerful, if not more powerful, than an average glass of red wine. Just leave the short girls for the short guys. It's not fair to go out of your height range. I've dated all kinds. I've dated really short girls and really tall girls. I will say this, as a guy that's 6'5", I have dated 2 models before when I was younger. And that's only because I was 6'5". Right? like I could never have pulled that in a million years if it wasn't for the fact that I was one of the few people that was taller than them. They were both wedding dress models, Shadow Warden. So the wedding dress models tend to be really tall and tend to be really young. Like, they weren't like fucking supermodels or anything. That's just something that they did. Very attractive girls though. And one of them actually modeled for Vera Wang. But yeah, like, so like I can do better with tall girls, but like, to me, I don't really care. I did date one girl that was like 4'11" once, and like, that was weird. I will agree that like too big of a height difference made that awkward. Cause like she was about as tall as my belly button. You know, it's like, as a 6'5" guy, you know, like 4'11" on a good day, she was real small. And then you'd have sex with her, and then it would just feel wrong. I'm not saying it would, like, it felt a little like, ooh, this is not wrong. This is not right. How do you kiss? Well, funny thing about girls that are under 5 feet, they don't weigh a lot if they're not fat. Like, you can just kind of pick them up whenever you want. It's not that big of a deal. I didn't play football. To make you feel like you're being honeypotted? Yeah, like there was definitely some awkward stuff in there. Bro had the build and didn't want to become a millionaire in the NFL. No, I did track to do I did track and cross country and show choir. We were not doing age play. So I did like cross country just to not be that fat. I did track just for the hell of it and did like shot put. And I was not very good at it. I was not talented at shot put, to be honest with you guys. Probably because I didn't lift like I needed to or eat like I needed to. Like, I just wasn't devoted to it. Like, if I knew then what I know now, like, it would be different, obviously. But at the time, it was just like something I kind of did to make my dad and like people happy. But then I really enjoyed show choir, and I did really well in show choir. I was mostly there for my voice, not for the dancing. I did a lot of dance classes. So I did 2 years of like formal dance classes, and then like ballroom dancing, and then I did like 2 years of tap dancing, and then I did like a year or two of jazz and hip hop dancing, just to like help my show choir. Sing for us? I have sung before on stream. I don't feel like doing it now. I kind of ruined my voice with cigarettes and stuff, and like being homeless and living a rough life. I used to have an angelic voice, not so much anymore. But I got like the trophy for was it Fame? Yeah, it was Fame, not Showstoppers. Fame, when we did the national competition in Disneyland, and I got to meet the chick that played Glinda the Good Witch in Wicked in the original Broadway cast. So I got the solo. I got the solo trophy for that, and we were third in the nation that year. Tenor or baritone? So I was a bottom bass in show choir. Sorry, in chamber choir, and then I was a top tenor in my show choir. But sometimes I would sing alto for the girls in show choir for like certain songs and numbers. Usually like when they got back from a dress change, I would sing the alto part. And then like a couple girls would like shift up to the soprano part, so that way, just because they were usually like out of breath, and you know, dress changes are really, really rough. But that would only be if we didn't have a that'd be only if we didn't have a like a ballad afterwards. Cuz so like a lot of times what you'll do is you'll do like a dress change, you know, and the girls will do like a dress change while the boys are doing a boy song and vice versa. And you'll do that in the middle of like your 30-minute kind of like show or 45-minute show. And then you'll have a ballad. So you're standing and you're resting your body while you're doing the ballad, right? So, you know, you let the sweat dry up some, let the muscles chill out for a second, catch your breath while you're singing, and then you'll do like a big number or two after the ballad. I should write choir music that praises Ayn Rand. Look, dude, just because I sang choral music doesn't mean I'm a good writer. I sang in a band. You know, I played bass in a death metal band for a while. And then, you know, I ended up homeless and life happened. And then I went from that and being homeless to dealing with a girl that got pregnant. And then she started having like, oh God, I can't think of the term of it now. Started having seizures from like the loss of blood from the baby. We lost the baby. Then we ended up breaking up. And then I ended up traveling the East Coast with Armenian gypsies doing concrete polishing work. And then I was like, this isn't the life for me. So I, you know, because it was a lot of like working 12-hour, 16-hour days and then doing coke and partying with like gypsies. And then, so then I joined the Army. And then from there, I just kind of had like a normal college, you know, go to Army, go to college, meet the girl, you know, have kids. Then COVID happened, and then I started doing this. Rudy hates gypsies. They're not Romani gypsies. They're Armenian gypsies. They're cooler. All right? But there was a lot of this. Okay, there was a lot of hold on, let me see. God damn it. There was a lot of like Gogol Bordelli style parties with cocaine. There was a lot of like this happening. I'm not going to play all of it because I don't feel like dealing with the copyright, like shit like that. I had a bit of a wild life for a while before the Army. Having range is how much you gape? Jesus Christ. You were a bottom? What the fuck is going on in show choir? Yeah, no, I was, so when you're really big, you're used for like the lifts in the back. So somebody like me, it's a lot easier to get like, so like you'll have like 1 or 2 rows of people dancing on the dance floor. And then you'll have risers, and you'll have like 3 risers, like 1, 2, 3 risers. So if you're really tall and you want to have like a really good effect, and you're not doing armography bullshit, which people started doing when we started doing show choir, right? But if you're actually just trying to like dance and do full numbers, you'll have different parts where you have like, where like you have a big dance number, and then at like the end of the song or in the middle of the song, like if you're doing swing, it'll happen throughout the song. But if you're doing like tap things, and maybe it'll be for like the end of the song for like applause, right? But you want like the back row to have really tall, big people like me, and then have like a tall girl, and then do lifts, especially towards the edges, so that you have this massive kind of like expanded view of 40 people for like the final applause. I remember one time I fucked up my lift in a competition. It was bad. People were mad at me. Like I didn't stick the lift, and it was real rough because it was right at the end. It was for I think it was my sophomore year, so it was my first year doing it, and because I was a dance captain in my senior year. But it was oh God, you know that song they used to play on oh my God, like when you would get a winning lottery ticket from the Great Depression, with We're in the money. That's it. We're in the money. Come on, money. Old man depression, you are through. You done us wrong. It's like a tap dancer one. Yeah, well, they stopped doing it. Now it's just like a random thing. But like it used to be like when you'd get like a winning lottery ticket, it would be like doo 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 doo. It's like we never see a headline about a bread line today. Very old. I mean, it's a Great Depression song. It's a Great Depression song, mostly just sticking it to the government for not helping or fixing the problem. It's kind of a commie song. But it starts off about, I didn't find a nickel or a penny. I found a dime on the ground. Which, to be fair, a dime during the Great Depression was probably worth like a couple bucks. Actually, how much was a dime worth today's dollars? Let me do 1919 would be the beginning of the Depression, right? So we'll do 1919 October, right? That'd be the like around the when it really gets bad. So we'll go 0.10. Be $1.77 in today's money. It's not really worth that much. Well, the crash starts in 1919, right? Or is that the one? Or is that the one that preceded? That's the one that preceded it. Sorry, that's the one that like nothing happened. My bad. There's a 1919 one. Yeah, it was a 47% decline in stock value in one day of trading. And then they did nothing and it went away. Like we had a recession from 1920 to 1921, but like they basically just kind of went away and we were good. Now, Germany gets screwed in 1919. The crash is in 19... Yeah. The Great Depression starts in 29. I don't know. I was just thinking 1919 because that's like... It's one of the ones we talk about when we talk about like, you know... Well, actually, I wonder if there would be any different. It probably is still like a $2. It doesn't matter. Oh my God. What in the fuck? I hate when I accidentally... click on something and then like the source code for the website pops up or whatever. All right, we'll do 1929. It might be better. We'll do October there. I knew that one. I knew it was October. $1.85 in today's dollars. All right, so basically the same. Almost like social planning is bad. Well, you know, you're in the right chat for those opinions, Joseph Wilson. I think that was the one where the president had a stroke or something and they weren't able to actually get anything done. Going to address the economy and it just kind of fixed itself. Wait, who was president in 1919? Because I don't think that's right. Oh, that was. Yeah, that was in the Woodrow Wilson. Well, basically, his wife was running the fucking country. We already had a woman president. It was Woodrow Wilson's wife. And they were just like, yeah, it's fine. People would be like, hey, what's going on? And he'd be like, he's chilling in bed, dog. What do you mean? I mean, 20 to 29, I don't know about good. Right, this is my favorite film. You guys want to know like one of my top 10 films? You can just watch it on YouTube. But this is a really cool film. So this is the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. Right? It's about this guy, the somnambulist, all right? Which is just a fancy way of saying sleepwalker. Hey, what happened to my camera? That's what happened. So it's about this. It's about this dude who comes to town, and then he has the somnambulist, and he comes out in the coffin, and he just fucks with people because he's sleepwalking, and ooky spooky, and then he starts chasing a woman and doing all kinds of crazy shit, and then everybody tries to track him down, and then he wakes up and he's in a mental institution, and it's like this is just Shutter Island, but in 1920 in Germany. Shutter Island definitely just stole that shit, and so it's not a talkie. But the really cool thing about it is you can see here, you can see like this, the way they do all this shit. These shadows aren't real, right? So this right here and like this thing up here, like they do all these weird juxtaposed things to create this dream world. And it was mostly just because they were like extremely limited in their budget of like lighting. You couldn't do, because like in 1920s Germany, like electricity was rationed to such a degree that like there was no way for them to like have a bunch of lighting. Also, the old school lighting for films before like modern shit was super fucking hot, so you would sweat your ass off trying to do a scene. But yeah, so they had incredibly limited lighting that was only allowed during like certain parts of the day, and so they like made use of it by like having these crazy fucking shapes and like creating like elements of shadow and like a fucked up insane asylum mental like aspect to it. It's a cool movie. I like it. But obviously it's, I'm not going to show this to a girl I'm dating so that she can immediately know that I'm a serial killer, even though that's not true. She will be convinced. Like, it's not something you put on the TV when your boy comes over. But like, if you're feeling weird, if you're feeling kind of strange, boys, this is a cool movie to watch. But this is Shutter Island, dude. Like, dude's just fucking, he's in a mental institution. At last, I understand his delusion. He thinks I am that mystic Caligari. Now I know exactly how to cure him. These fucking old school films are wild. But yeah, people being like, Shutter Island, what a twist. I was like, that fucking movie came out 100 years ago. Like, you're not fucking original. Like, what do you mean? Like, that was not a cool ending twist. Lobotomy time. Ah, yes, now I know how to cure him. Scramble his brains with a fork up his nose. That'll fix it. And if that doesn't, we'll just put electrodes to him. I am a scientist. In the 90s in college, was a bit drunk with a girl, and she'd never watched Cosby before, so we put it on. 20 years later, it was a hilarious meta twist on that date. Dude, hold on. Have you ever seen the scene of, oh my God, what is it? It's like the signs were there, okay? All I'm saying is the signs were there.
I love your neck, honey.
Do you feel worse now? Do you feel worse or do you feel better? Knowing that the signs were always there. Metropolis is an okay film. So Cosby will be force feeding me baby rays in tonight's production of Sleep Paralysis. I'm not racist, so I won't say anything about Mr. Cosby. Yo, Mr. Cosby said more shit about black people than anybody. What time is it? All right, boys. Let me get in the Discord, and we'll actually hold on. Let me do this. Actually, let me see if he's going to cut on his camera first before I do all that. if he's not going to come on his camera. Yeah, let me just get it done so I can do everything via this. Logic capture. Center. Yeah, remind me later. I don't care.
Hello,
Hey there.
hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were
Loud
going to
and
use.
clear.
Are you using your camera tonight or not?
No, I don't plan to. I'm sorry.
No. That's fine. That's fine. Like I don't demand people use a camera unless they're going
Right.
to do like a moderated debate with me. Because like if you're going to do a moderated debate with me, like I'm like, no, fuck you. You're wasting everybody's time. Like put a camera on. But if somebody's just like
Right.
randomly from Twitter or like somebody talks some random shit or something, I like get it. A lot of people like staying anonymous. Not everybody
Yeah,
wants
well,
to have their self
If you're
out
doing
there.
the moderated debate, you want the live reaction cams for your, witty counter arguments.
Well, yeah. There's that too. You know what I mean? You want to see them have a dumb look on their
Kill cam,
face.
so to speak.
The
Yeah.
kill cam, yeah. But yeah, so I we've been on the same circles without following each other for a while. And then and then I saw like some of your tweets. I was like, oh, this dude's like a base and cap. And then I saw in in one of the group chats we're in, you had like come up with some new political compass, and I was like, okay, all right, hold on. We got to talk about political compasses. That's a good avenue to have a chit chat.
Yeah. It's an interesting little, sphere. It's really tough to design a good test just because of the nature of politics, right? It's it's very much not something that can be cleanly measured.
Yeah, no, it can't. Well, so like when you do a traditional political compass test, right?
Mhm.
It's like it's very clear that there's a bias in the test towards a lot of
Yeah.
different domains, right? Like almost nobody will score ANCAP, no matter how
Well, the
ANCAP
biggest
they are.
issue is that, like the tests tend to implicitly assume statism, and that there isn't really an alternative to it.
Right. And well, not even that. Like, in order to design a good political compass test, there's a bunch of things you need to do, right? So first and foremost, you'd have to
Right.
understand every political philosophy.
Sure.
Because people are going to interpret words differently, right? You know what I mean? They're going to interpret the concept of property in a question differently, or the concept of a right differently, or you know, like there's just going to be different interpretations of each question that you have. And so if you like, okay, if you answer this way in the test, it scores you, in this direction, and if you answer the other way, it scores you in the opposite direction. That's going to be problematic in and of itself because of the questions. And then the other thing is, if you've ever studied psychometrics, right, you'll recognize that you really can't create a good test of anything about people's opinions without having questions that are duds that are in there that don't have any values, right? You need to run
Right, yeah.
right, well, just so you can
placebo
refresh.
sort of. Right,
Yeah,
right,
well,
right.
because like what'll end up happening is like if I give you 100 questions, the questions that I give you will start to influence your decision making on the questions because of the way that the questions just are, because that's just how humans are. And then there will be like questions that are outliers that are problematic. They don't you as the person creating the questions, they seem fine to you, but they're ambiguous in a way that you didn't understand because you get it when you
Right.
read it. It's just like when you need someone to proofread your paper before you turn it in. And then they're like, hey man, that's a huge spelling or grammar mistake. And it's like, I've read this
Yeah,
bitch 3 times and I didn't see it. So yeah.
Tough to catch everything.
Yeah, I mean, like they're like good tests are really, 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 really difficult to do. My favorite ones are some of the personality tests in the Big Five. And the reason I love those is because they basically discovered them through the tests themselves, right? They didn't go, these are the things we think are, personality traits, right? They just came up with a bunch of personality-based questions, threw out all the outliers, and then discovered that people and test questions started grouping together, right? That there was like a strong correlation between these types of questions and these. So that's how they discovered Big Five. No one like came up and was like, oh, the personality traits are extroversion, neuroticism, openness, oh my God, I keep trying to say personality trait conscientiousness, and I keep confusing it with Paulo Freire's conscientiation. Or conscientiation.
Yeah, that's not a problem I have too commonly, so.
Yeah. But yeah, so I was like, I took it, I was like, we got to talk about it. But I've talked enough. Like, let me hear more from you, brother. Who are you?
Well,
yeah, how's up?
Well, to begin with, I'm very much not a super experienced political compass maker, right? I'm a YouTuber who, happened to try and take a crack at making one. And I think I did a pretty good job. I think the main issue with the political compass that I've identified is that it assumes it has two quadrants there that don't really exist, right? The authoritarian right and the libertarian left, which in reality are kind of like falsities, right? They're unicorns. They're not real.
I've met some, but they're certainly, but like it's not statistically representative, right? Like it's almost like when you have like when you have like two people debating, and it's like, one person's debating evolution versus the other person is debating young earth creationism, right? And so in your mind, you're like, there are two sides to this coin. And it's like, yeah, but like there's not a lot of young earth creationists that deny evolution. There's more than there should be, but there's not a lot of them, right? Whereas like, so it's like, I do think that they exist, but kind of as you said, if we were to plot everyone, if we were to do like a heat map, right? There'd be like this little barely visible glow in those two places.
Well, not even that, because I think that actually going off the the way the current political compass, right, like the Sapleys and whatever, the traditional compass defines it. I think there's probably far more authoritarian right, quote unquote, people than there are like lib-right, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not actually a like tradition that, or it's not a position, I'm sorry, that exists in practice, right? Wherein, there isn't really such a thing as a free socialist nation. It doesn't really exist. There isn't really a authoritarian capitalist
based
nation.
off of the ANCAP, description of free. I agree with you.
Yes,
But they're looking at it from a position where negative rights exist.
I'm aware.
Right, which is a contradiction in and of itself, right? But if you give them that belief, then it makes sense.
Which is why, in order to create a compass that makes sense, you have to kind of get rid of that sort of axis, right? So I don't have the left-right axis and the authoritarian libertarian axis on my compass. What I have is the collectivist and individualist axis, and the globalist and identitarian axis, right?
Interesting.
For the globalist identitarian one, I was originally going to use universalist versus particularist, but I think that using that sort of terminology would confuse a lot of people who aren't really sure what that means.
Right.
So I decided to go with something a little bit less accurate, but a little bit more universal.
Yeah,
which I think tends to work better at defining what people actually are.
I think right wing makes sense and works if it is properly defined. And the way that I've seen it best defined is there's this really long video from the Distributists from like years ago, which is like the eight definitions, right? But I think it actually works in that regard. Let me find the video real quick so I can
give it a listen, right?
It's 9 right wing. Well, I'm not going to give it a listen. It's an hour and 13 minutes, but I'm just going to go through the.
All right, yeah.
But he defines it as there being like 9 axes, or like 9, axiomatic kind of like values, if you will, right, of right wing.
Sure.
So number one is the strong axiom of human teleology. Number two is the axiom of virtue. Number three is the collective axiom of human teleology. Number four is the entropic law of human nature. Number five is the entropic law of human institutions. Number six is the iron law of oligarchy. Number seven is prioritize human uplift over human comfort. Number eight is favor investment-orientated accountability systems. And then lastly, pursue order-based politics. And like when you look at it from that domain, I do think it actually kind of makes sense. Like I do think I do think it also kind of helps me understand something like fascism, which is, authoritarian and economically is, it's very collectivist, right? And so it's like, well, how is this right wing? Right? You know what I mean? But it's those certain values that are laden in it that you won't see in like under communism to much degree. Which, to be fair, the problem is that I've talked with tankies. And when you look at tankies through that lens, they're pretty fucking right wing. Right? Not the woke scolds, not the SJWs.
Yeah, the Stalinists, right.
Right, but like the full-blown Stalinists are like, yes, we need government programs to increase the birth rates, comrade. Yep. And you're like, oh, you're fucking right wing. I don't, that's weird. Because in my brain, you're a leftist. But you share the same values as like most right wing people. What's happening?
What I'll say to that is it is a whole lot of qualifiers to put onto the system in order for it to work. And generally when you need like a huge amount of qualifiers and, I guess exceptions or whatnot to make a system, work better, it's probably not a good system to begin with.
Right.
I find that people do this a lot with voting on the right, or, the quote unquote right again, like on Twitter, where, they'll be saying like, no, we should have voting, but it should only be for like, male landowners or, whatever, right? And I'm like, you're adding like a ton of qualifiers to a system to get the system to not completely fucking suck. And it's possible the system maybe just isn't that good to begin with.
Okay, but also, if there's a bill to only allow male landowners to vote, I'm signing that bill as an ANCAP.
Probably, yeah. Well, okay, look.
Because I don't think of voting as a right, and so once you come to the position that voting isn't a right, it's like, well, what's going to reduce the size and scope of the state? Well, it's getting rid of all of the people that don't have property and getting rid of the demographic that most strongly votes socialist. Yeah, I'll vote with you. We're not on the same team and we don't have the same reasoning, but I like that policy. You know what I mean?
That's true. And I'm very much a pragmatist, right?
That's the last time Sue flipped out on me. Is when I was like trying to talk shit on her, and people were like, "What do you mean Sue's a feminist?" I was like, "She's a fucking feminist. She's not ANCAP." People were like, "What do you mean?" And that was one of them where she was like, "How dare you?" And I'm like, "Voting's not a right. Aren't you supposed to be a fucking ANCAP? Like, this would just get us to be less socialist, obviously." And then she's like, "No, that's evil." And I'm just like, "All right." It's like, I'm not doing it because I think women bad. I'm just saying they vote socialist.
Right,
so do people that don't
obviously,
own land.
You shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but ultimately, I think a lot of people who are advocating for just restricted voting aren't doing it because they're based ANCAPs. They're doing it because they kind of assume voting is like the best system to go with, and they just have to add this one qualifier, and then it'll finally work, and they'll finally have a perfect system, which is
it's very Marcusian.
Needless to say, it's not phenomenal.
It's like it's you're not like you're using Marcusian fucking thought, right? Which Herbert Marcuse, for those in the audience, right? He famously wrote Repressive Tolerance. Is that it? Yeah. But like that's the idea that came out of the Frankfurt School to water down communism, right? So that because corporations didn't want communism, obviously. And they were just like, yeah, we'll just keep voting harder. And eventually the state will just always get better when we add more and more qualifiers. Right? Because we'll progress as a society and the state will just become better and better and better through the prospect of democracy.
Right, which, is a flawed position to begin with. And when you begin with a flawed position, you're generally not going to get to a good result at the end. You can get to a better result, but it's, still, you're going to be limited by the inherent factors of the position you began with. Right?
Yeah, there was this interest. It's one of the few things I know everybody hates Sam Harris. Okay, Sam Harris, we all hate him. I get it, but he did come up with an interesting concept way back in the day when he was, a little bit more based than he is now before COVID broke him. Which was he had this idea called moral landscape theory, which is, it is obvious and this is from a humanist leftist perspective, obviously, right? But he's comparing outcomes because he's a consequentialist. But he's saying look, there are cultures that exist in the world that are obviously worse than ours. And this concept of moral relativism is fucking stupid. It's clearly, we can look at the culture of the Middle East and then we can look at here in America and the way that we sexually objectify women. And we can know that there are some problems with the way that we do it in America and still know that we're better than the Middle East. Clearly, we're not raping 9-year-old girls. Right? Should we have half-naked women on magazine covers and gas stations? Maybe not, right? Maybe that's not a good thing, a healthy thing for our culture. But it's better than burqas. And one of the things he talked about is the way he said to conceptualize it is what actually stuck with me, not his reasoning, because his reasoning again is consequentialist nonsense, which I'm fine with consequentialism. I am, so long as it doesn't, I just have a problem with it when you use consequentialism to justify things we know can't be justified, which would be violations of non-aggression principle, right? Sure, Objectivists are mostly consequentialists. I don't have a problem with using consequential analyses. But when you try and use that to overcome the nap, that's when I have a problem. But nevertheless, it's and we can move in any one direction, but there are peaks and valleys, right? And so I kind of I think about that sometimes in this concept. It's maybe we're heading towards a peak by doing something like getting rid of women voting. But that's a peak in our current landscape. And where we need to be is way the fuck over there. And we might need to hit some valleys before we get there, kind of thing.
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. I tend to be pretty careful with what I advocate for as far as action goes. Just because that tends to be the stuff that, certain people will get on you very hard on. Some of the people up in Washington, and people operating YouTube too. I've had plenty of videos demonetized.
Plenty of videos demonetized? Oh no. What's that like? Hold on, let me check my YouTube studio real quick. Let me see. I'm just, curious for do I have any videos that are fully monetized right now? Let's see. Let me just go to my content. We'll go to live content because that's what I've been doing. Let me see. The one currently on, no. Limited sharing, off, limited. This one's on, and this one's on, and this one's limited, and this one's on. This one's limited, 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 this one's on. Limited, limited, on, limited, limited, on, limited, limited, limited. That's the first 30.
Love to see it.
Yeah, no, I feel you, brother.
Yeah, it's YouTube maybe is not the most friendly platform to libertarian thought.
I don't know anyone that is, to be honest. I don't know one that's better. Rumble is supposedly better, but it's look, I like Rumble, guys. I'm going to say something controversial here to libertarians and especially the right wingers. I like the idea of Rumble. I like the platform. But here are my problems with Rumble. Number one, if you're a small content creator, good luck. You're not going to get any fucking views. You're not going to get any growth. Rumble's algorithm is built. You say what you want about YouTube and the way they silence shit, because YouTube has figured out that they can put your thumb down on the scale, and that's the best way to censor you, is to not outright censor you. It's just to make sure that you never go viral. But there's still discoverability on YouTube. That doesn't fucking exist on Rumble. It exists for live streams sometimes, and that's, again, already, you have to kind of already have an audience. Like I could probably go to Rumble if I was banned off YouTube and do okay. And then also Rumble's services suck, and it has a lot of issues still.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's Rumble isn't the golden goose we're looking for. I think Zitter is starting to be all right. You know,
The fuck is Zitter? I've never even heard of that.
Twitter, but you put the X in front of it, so it's like, you know, it pretties it up a little bit.
Do you mean X?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about another platform. Okay, sorry, I'm old.
No, see, the cool
Didn't
kids,
get the joke.
cool kids call it Zitter here. All right, it's kind of like the cool slang. It's kind of like the hip term, you know.
I mean, I guess dude, X was such a
Right.
terrible fucking name. So
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not great. But no, Elon, like, I'm not a big fan. I have a really hard time getting a read on him. I'm not the biggest fan of him, but he seems to be more, at least friendly to the libertarian right and libertarian ideas than, you know, pretty much the majority of like other major players in American politics. So
yeah, I have a hard time getting a read on him as well. Like
Yeah.
I think he's opportunistic. I think that he kind of just says what he thinks will get him popularity or sounds based.
I don't know about that though.
I mean, I
Because,
think that is like mostly it, right? Like obviously he has some positions. Like when he talked about the H-1B visa system, he doubled down on his own opinion hard because he genuinely believed it. He didn't care. I mean, he did care. He was really cared that the Groypers were against him. That's why he got rid of all of them that were coming out against him. That's why he just straight up went full authoritarian and just started getting rid of people he didn't like because they were against him on H-1B.
Right.
So like I think he's very much like Trump. I think he's kind of one of those people that kind of believes what the last person in the room that he liked told him.
Yeah, I think
more
that's
so than
partially
he
true.
has more so than he has like a coherent political philosophy that he uses as a lens to interpret things.
I think that's partially true. I do think that he probably isn't playing to the approval ratings. Like, I don't think that's his logic. I think he has I think he believes that, you know, it's not really worth it having $500 billion if he can't like say what he wants to say on whatever fucking topic, right?
Yeah, but also like he's in a constant position of compromise and he doesn't have any principles. He has ideals.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's ideological. I don't think he's ideological at all.
No,
think Trump's
I don't
the
think
same.
so. Yeah. Well, it's but also you ever watch like an interview with him and like Kathy Woods, or like a space
I don't think I've
with
watched
him?
that one specifically, but
So there's a bunch of them. So Kathy Woods is a friend of his. Okay, you know who she is.
I'm not on
right?
Spaces a ton. Yeah,
You know who Kathy Woods is, though, right?
I think I'm familiar with her.
So she's the CEO of ARC.
All right.
Right. So it's an equity firm. It's not the biggest player, but she's fairly libertarian in her. Well, no, she's not libertarian. Let me take that back. She's fairly Austrian. Okay.
All right.
Like she's one of the few people who's like, no, we've been in a recession for a while now. I don't care about GDP growth. Like when you look at the market and you see the volatility in the market and you see our inflation and you see like I'm saying we're essentially in a recession because our money is becoming less sound, right? Like she's fairly Austrian in her analysis of the market, without necessarily being that libertarian. But when you like watch an interview with her, dude, she just glazes him. Like she's and it's like, oh, is this what it requires to be like friends with him? Is to just constantly be like, oh yes, you're so, you know, like it's like, what is happening here? Like it's awkward and obvious that there's like her opinion is weird. Oh God. I have a super chat, so I'll ask it. And I don't know if it's addressed to you or if it's addressed to me. So maybe we both answer it. How objectivist would you say you are today compared to a few years before? Scale of 1 to 10. I would say I'm probably a 7 today. Years before I was maybe like a 2. I still have, I like, it depends on how you define objectivism, because obviously the non-aggression principle is paramount to me, and I mean that from the libertarian perspective, not from the Rand perspective. And her concept of like property starting in the mind that helps justify IP and things like that, I disagree with. And obviously, if you're coming from like a more Randroid perspective, then like I clearly and deeply disagree with her on things like abortion. Or like I'm an evictionist. I think life starts at conception. She doesn't or didn't, right? So if it's like the Randroid definition, I'm like a 6. But if it's like just, I'm objectivist in my like philosophical underpinnings, right? Do I believe existence exists is the fundamental unavoidable axiom? Like, do I use objectivist philosophy in my understanding of proving the existence of free will and things like that? Then like I'm full blown objectivist in those areas. But when it comes to like property starting with in the mind as opposed to the more kind of like argumentation ethics perspective of like intersubjectively communicating ethical systems, then like that's the place that I branch off of. So like I would never say I'm a 10 or a 9 in objectivism.
Yeah. I don't know. I put myself at like
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'd put myself at like an 8.5 maybe. Wherein I think that in general it would be massively superior to the current status quo to have any sort of remotely objectivist situation, right? For the nation, or any nation. But like obviously I have many of the same qualms that you do in regards to IP, kind of the minarchist position, the night watchman state that you sort of advocates for, things like that.
Yeah.
So I have definitely become more objectivist over time.
It's the weirdest thing to me. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
It's all right. No, I've become more objectivist over time in that, like, I started off, like, before I entered the military, I started off, pretty authorite, all things considered, right? Again,
Yeah, I was a socialist before the military.
Yeah, and seeing, the glory of government performance definitely sort of caused a rude awakening.
It really did. Yeah, the exact same thing happened to me where it was like, like I had a lot of the same analyses, a lot of the same life experiences had to be recontextualized from a libertarian lens as opposed to a communist lens once I saw how horrifically inefficient and corrupt even low-level government is. It was like, oh, yeah, this will pragmatically is when I started changing, right? Is like, oh, like this could, like, how the fuck am I supposed to have single payer healthcare when like I can't trust almost every level of government and it's completely incompetent and full of like nepotism and corruption? Like just would never work.
And the other thing it shows you too is that like not only is government generally untrustworthy, but who you can trust is the people around you generally. Like other human beings are pretty reliable at making decent decisions. Like there are a few who I wouldn't trust with much whatsoever, but the average person, when left to their own devices, groups of individuals tend to lead to better outcomes than the centralized governing body.
Well, I mean, like I think there is this kind of thing that I took from Weber. Right, Max Weber, who is a critical theorist, obviously. He came up with the concept of Protestant work ethic. It's probably the most famous term he's coined, right? But he talks about bureaucracy, and there is it's not Peter's principle, it's not Thomas' principle, but it's maybe Matthew. It's one of these fucking principles, right? That they name after a fucking author in the Bible. But regardless, it's the idea is that like, in a bureaucracy, people rise to the level of their incompetence. And this is true in the government especially, but also true in large corporations, right? Where it's like, when you're a small business of like, let's look at video games, for example. I think video games are a great example of looking at this. Video game development studios.
Sure.
You look at development studios where there's like a CEO who knows everybody that works for him because the studio is like less than 200 people. And they come out with amazing games that break, just break the entire market. It's like they set new standards. Blizzard was like this back in the day, right? When they came out with like Warcraft, and they came out like, and even then they still had a relatively small studio when they originally came out with like World of Warcraft, and like Diablo 1 and 2 were amazing games. And then what ends up happening is you get a bigger and bigger company. And as the company or the bureaucracy grows, you have to have layers of middle management in between the people that are doing the day-to-day operations and the people that are at the very top of the company. And what ends up happening is if you start at the bottom of that company and you're better than everybody else around you, you get promoted. And then if you're better than everybody else around you, you get promoted. And then if you're not better than everybody else around you and you can't really achieve any meaningful success, you stay where you are. And when you repeat this pattern over and over and over and over again, what you get is your entire middle management structure is full of incompetent people that can barely do the job that they've been given. And
not good enough to be promoted, not
not bad enough to be fired, but not good enough to be promoted. They're going nowhere in their life, because if they were, they'd get promoted, and then if they got promoted, then they'd be incompetent at that. Yeah, everybody liked the stream. I appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. And so like government, I think, is the, we can talk about the economic calculation problem, or even just go back to Hayek and talk about the local knowledge problem, whatever. But I think this really accurately gives us an understanding of the problem of like governments doing things more than anything else, because every GS-13 employee in the United States government, every fucking director of such and such and deputy director, there are thousands upon thousands of people that are in charge with managing our money and funds that are layered in bureaucratic red tape and rules and regulations that very rarely get cut away and almost and constantly added to. And all of the people whose job it is to do their job are incompetent, and it's really hard to fire them. And so like we just have that is one of the things that I've loved, going back to Elon Musk, about Doge, is I don't care how much money they do or don't find in cuts, right? Like at the end of the day, those cuts are fairly meaningless because the Republicans are voting for more spending, just like they always do, whilst pretending that it's only the Democrats, right? But I do love some of the stories that came out of it, because I think those stories are going to do more to wake people up than anything else, when they're like, yeah, we couldn't fire people because the retirement paperwork needed to be processed, and all of the government employees' paperwork is in an underground mine built in the 1950s, and the speed of which we can process it is the speed of which pallets can be loaded on the mine cart. And I was like, this is clearly not true, right? And then everyone working there was like, yeah, it is true, but... And I was like, hold on, but nothing. This is pre-Cold War fucking tech. We're using mine carts to process physical paper. Nobody even brought us up to DOS computer systems.
You don't understand, dude. Like, you ever play a little game called Fallout? All right. See the
he's hacking and whacking and smacking.
The government saw that and they got a little bit of an idea. Yeah, a little bit of inspiration.
Yeah, it's like I think stories like that of like just the sheer or like the fact that there are more credit cards for the government than there are government employees. There are more government issued credit cards. Huh?
The fax machine existed like during the Civil War. The fax machine existed.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think we should have had the technology pretty long ago to, more efficiently transfer files than
a mine cart.
Yeah, fucking Minecraft, minecarts and whatnot. How much redstone do you think we used in this?
I don't play Minecraft. I never have. So I'm sorry.
It was good 10 years ago. Yeah.
Before the trannies started making the music is what I hear.
Before the troons! Right? Yeah. Enforcing their copyright.
Yeah, that's the apparent. If you pay attention to nothing but Twitter, if that's your only understanding of Minecraft, then that's what you get. Is that like it was good before the Troons started making music,
Which is fairly true, actually. Yeah.
I don't fucking know, but it's just hilarious from an outside perspective to be like, yeah, that's what ruined it. A game that's known for mods, it was the music. It's like I play games all the time, and I usually have my own music playing, unless it's like a first playthrough. Like, so I'm pretty sure that's not what did it, man. Like, I'm pretty sure that didn't ruin Minecraft.
It was like it was a canary in the coal mine, right? Where around the same time you also saw like Microsoft putting in like the splash screen text, shit like Black Lives Matter, trans rights are human rights, support LGBTQ communities.
That's in Minecraft?
Which, yeah, dude, in the splash screen, like right off the fucking,
What?
yeah, dude, the main screen for it, which is, really, really cool. That's what people want to see in their game.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like I feel like I have a bit of a superpower here. It's a really lame one. And the lame superpower that I have when discussing libertarianism with people is that I used to be a communist, like a full-blown Marxist-Leninist Maoist, right? Like and so because of that, a lot of people, communists especially, but libertarians fall into this trap as well, have read other people's interpretations of political philosophy and then claim that they have read that political philosophy or that they understand it. And so I would suggest to anybody, read Lenin's dual power theory as a libertarian if you want to understand like what the wokies, which aren't, they're not the traditional tanky communists, but if you want to understand how they've infiltrated gaming, media, government, then you actually have to understand what the strategy is and how it's implemented. Because you're right? Like it starts with a couple of people in an institution, and then it becomes like a political, ideological form of nepotism that is kind of done through like a Karen-esque means of like, we need more inclusivity, we need more people to care,
well,
mommy doming the
nature,
fucking institution, huh?
Right. Well, commies are subversive by nature, this sort of the status quo for it. What else can you expect?
Explain how one believes the dialectic. I mean, I don't feel like I even need to explain that, Computer Carnage. Like, most people that vote and have political opinions believe in the dialectic. Like when you talk to a Republican, they already believe that shit. Like, it is a rare person indeed that like reads Rand or something and then is like, oh, contradictions cannot. You go out on the street, okay, and you just interview people and be like, hey, do contradictions exist out in the world? Like out in the world, in your day-to-day life and the people you talk to, do contradictions exist in the real world? 99% of them will tell you, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of things that contradict. There are statements that are true that are also untrue. Like, they have no political philosophy to them. Like, your average normie believes that contradictions exist in reality and are all around you, and that like they can be resolved by trusting the science and the political institutions and being on the right side of history.
Right. What you drinking there?
Pellegrino. Just water. I kind of like that it's in a green glass bottle because it fucks up the green screen.
Yeah, I noticed. I was confused.
I've got
middle brain,
I've got coffee. I've got cold brew coffee. I've got energy in here.
Ooh.
And then I've got Pellegrino. I have a minimum of 3 drinks available within arm's reach on every stream.
Kind of like a buffet,
I just have a buffet of liquids. Yeah. It's insane how much I drink on stream. But anyways, I want to This is a fun little chat. I want to get into your political compass test, see how I score, and see.
Right.
And then we'll just go through it together, and we'll see. You don't mind if I critique it while I'm doing it?
No, go ahead. Yeah, and I actually have the code here, so I can make live edits as well.
That's dope. All right, so let me see if I can find. I think you posted it in the
group chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see pictures. Okay, here's that one, and then let me go to X real quick. And I think I had a bookmark because I did want to get your opinion before we started on a post I thought was pretty interesting.
All right.
So this is, let me share screen with you. Okay, so this is a post. How ChatGPT 4.1 and Grok align politically according to 4 different political orientation models. I thought this was very interesting. So the X is Grok, and the dot is ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I do have a little bit more confidence in X now. I'm not going to lie. Like this as much as these tests are kind of stupid, I do kind of feel a little bit better about this.
To me, I actually don't really care about what the bias of the AI is, as long as it lets you choose a different one, right? Which Grok does. Grok is very, very good compared to like ChatGPT and whatnot, in that if you tell it like, Grok, from blank perspective, tell me, this argument. And you can do that for like, things that ChatGPT would never in a million years do. Like you could do like full on Nazi shit, like a Nazi perspective on whatever.
Yeah.
And it'll tell you it. So Grok is very good at being, pro free.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about Grok is I can open up 2 tabs of Grok, right? And actually, we'll do this. Give me a question about politics, like something that ought be done.
Okay. Should we bomb Iran? Do something topical.
Okay. So we'll go from a libertarian perspective. Should we bomb Iran? And then I want to do this because this is what I really like about Grok. We're going to add in this one, especially from the writings and ideas of Hans Hermann Hoppe. And then we can look at these 2 differences, and it's going to be, I might have trained mine to be ANCAP to a certain degree that it might fuck up, so we'll see what happens. Right, so if the original was, from a libertarian perspective, bombing Iran would be viewed with skepticism. Okay, that's okay. Libertarians generally advocate for non-interventionism, emphasizing individual liberty, free markets, and minimal government overreach, blah, blah, blah. On the flip side, some libertarians might concede that if Iran were actively preparing to strike, say with verifiable evidence of nuclear missiles, etc., defensive action could be justified. Right? Without concrete evidence of an immediate threat, most libertarians would say bombing Iran is reckless and authoritarian. What's this one say? From a libertarian perspective grounded in Hans Hermann Hoppe's ideas, bombing Iran would likely be rejected. Hoppe's framework, rooted in Austrian ANCAP, blah, 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 democracy, blah, 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 standard, including foreign policy adventurism as inherently coercive and economically destructive. Hoppe argues that states lacking legitimate property titles fund wars through taxation, theft by another name. You can get it to be so much more based if you give it an author or a book, right? Like the more specific you get in asking, like from this perspective, like it's crazy how smart it's gotten to be able to make this sentence, how quickly it's gone to. Hoppe argues that states lacking legitimate property titles fund wars through taxation, theft by another name. Bombing Iran would involve aggressive violence, violating the NAP unless Iran directly attacked first, which it hasn't.
Right.
It's you can get it to be based very quickly if you feed it the right authors, and it totally will like tell it from that perspective. Sometimes if you go a little too hard, it'll give you that, it's important to know like Nazis
I don't endorse
bad.
this. I'm just saying. All right.
Right.
My hands are. This is all you.
Oh no, I was told to ask it from the Peikoff perspective. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be so bad. It's gonna be like, we should bomb Iran because they're dirty muzzies. Okay. From the, is that how you spell Leonard Peikoff? I don't fucking know. I fucked that all up. Hold on.
You'll figure it out.
Okay, how the fuck do you spell his name? I'm so guys. No. That's actually how you spell it, right? Oh, it's 2 F's? No, I got it. Okay, I got it right. Hold on. Let me actually just say. I'm curious now. Hinge on the principle of self-defense and the protection of individual rights. I don't know about all that. Should prioritize its own nation's freedom and security. People argue that initiating force is immoral, but retaliatory force is justified with. He argued that Iran, as a theocratic dictatorship supporting terrorism and pursuing nuclear weapons, poses a grave threat. He advocated its decisive military act. Okay, so it got to it. Second paragraph, it knew what was up, including bombing to neutralize such regimes, emphasizing that delaying action only emboldens aggressors. However, his stance is not a blanket endorsement of bombing Iran in all contexts.
Not a blanket bombing. Precision.
Yeah, precision strikes.
Yeah. Come on now, we're not monsters.
All right, so I just thought that was an interesting thing before we got into the political compass test, but I do agree with you. I think if its bias is known, that is better, right? I do think it should be. I do think there's a problem with AI addressing the question as if it's answering your question, as opposed to saying sourcing from multiple mainstream news media sources or something like that, right? Like it often talks to you as if it's a person that has these ideas in its head, as opposed to a natural processing of language or NLP, whatever acronym you want to use, right? And I do think that can be kind of problematic.
To be fair, that probably is the most user-friendly way to do it. Just like the most easily understandable to the normie.
Yeah. All right, so let's go through this. Let's go through this political compass thing. So let's see. It goes just a sliding scale.
A little
slider, Likert scale. All right. My ideals and beliefs should be applied to all people regardless of who or where they are. Well, yeah, agree. Fully agree. If you don't follow the NAP, if you're raping kids, then which ideas? Which ideals and beliefs? All of them? Or just the libertarian ones? Because if it's just the libertarian ones, it's all the way agree. And if it's the other ones, it's all the way disagree. So I guess I leave it in the middle.
It's a good thing it's a slider.
Yeah. I should not have to live among groups that I hate. Yeah, fully agree. Any truly good system would work equally well for anyone, anywhere. That's stupid. No. Not all cultures are equal. Strongly agree. Universal morality exists and should be promoted. So this is where I'm starting to get a little objectivist. I'm pretty confident that there is a universal morality. It's just one that we don't always know.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm getting to the point where it's like there is an objectively right action that any person can take that is in their rational self-interest. You just lack and you lack perfect information, number one, and number two,
and without perfect information, you can't make the decision.
Well, no, you can. There is there is an objectively right decision based upon the information that you have.
You're not able to know. Right.
Right. But even then, you are able to make the objectively correct the decision absent even the information that would allow you to know the objectively right one, in the sense of if you had all information. I think you can lack information and there's still the objective right choice given all of the information that you have available to you. that is the appropriate choice, even if in the future it turns out some information you were lacking was, would have changed your rationality. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, within that framing, yeah, I'd agree.
So but at the same time, I'm not super confident, so I'll put it here. Cultural preservation is necessary for a society. I strongly agree. I think you'd have to be insane to think that you can just destroy every element of your culture quickly, and you have to be very careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Right.
My worldview has no state or private borders. Well, that or definitely changed things. My worldview definitely has private borders. If there is a democracy, immigrants should be allowed to participate. If there is a democracy, immigrants should be allowed to participate.
I was careful with the phrasing.
Yeah, I don't. I'm against democracy, but obviously, if democracy exists, should the immigrants be allowed to participate? Oof, I don't know. I think it really genuinely depends on what you're you know what I mean? I would disagree with this in the context of Europe bringing in, millions of Muslims that are not being, you know what I mean? That's a problem. But if we had a HAPA invitee system, then what is this magic of citizenship and when does it magically occur? I think if you're genuinely invited here, if you're an H-1B visa, I think you ought to be able to fucking vote if a democracy exists. You're here, you're paying taxes, you were invited here. I don't know. But then, I mean, obviously there are problems with there's so many problems with democracy and with immigration because of having a state that make that difficult to decide.
Right. Yeah,
it's healthy. Oh, go ahead.
A little bit of a thinker.
Yeah, you can give me your opinions whenever you want. We can do this as a group project, boys. I don't care.
I tend to be generally centrist on the last one, a little bit soft disagree, but
yeah, it's hard for me to understand with the questions.
Yeah.
I'm leaving it mid. It's healthy for groups to exclude others to maintain coherence. I'm going to go with slightly agree. Obviously, you can do this too much.
Right.
It's not healthy to put in your sign no N-words at your deli. I don't think that's healthy. You know what I mean, right? Yeah. But also but gated communities are healthy, right? If you want to raise kids without fucking craziness going around.
Well, certainly there's some people you have to kind of you sort of have to exclude.
Right. And by that you mean Jews, right?
I mean Democrats and communists and all the
Scott misgendered me? When did I call Stacy a guy? What happened? What did I do? All right. Traditions should be questioned if they don't apply universally. Slightly agree. I guess it depends on the context. Well, I mean, should they be questioned? Yeah. I'll go strongly agree. It doesn't mean they should be gotten rid of. It's good to have a strong in-group preference. Strong is a subjective term here, so I don't fucking know. It's good to have an in-group preference. It's bad to have an out. Right? Strong makes, because strong is neo-Nazis. That's not good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't. Yeah. So what? I don't know how to answer this one. So I guess I'll leave that in the middle. Borders should be abolished in favor of a larger global community. Hard disagree. Multiculturalism is a scourge. Hard agree. This is where my right wing that doesn't exist is coming out. Nah, fuck multiculturalism. Look, dude, I view it very similarly to the way the Japanese do, right? It's right. I think it is beneficial to your culture to bring in outside perspectives. But I think you should be wary of anyone new and the children of anyone new. I think by the time it gets to the second or third, depending on how you're, not the first generation that come over, not the second generation that are bred by the ones that come over, but the grandkids. I think those people have been able to, because the way I see it is, if I immigrate to Japan, I will always have American ideas, and I will always lack an understanding of Japanese culture. And then let's say I marry a Japanese woman and have a child. That child will grow up in a home where one of their parents is infusing them with American culture. And I think it is that child that then has to go out and live and figure out the balance between those two things, right? They go out into the world and they take American values or whatever, whatever it is that I'm bringing that's outside. And they kind of figure out as they grow up which ones work and which ones don't work with the culture that they're in. And then by the time they have a child, they're able to teach that child kind of the way to, like, an integrated form of my culture that is appropriately integrated into Japanese culture.
Sure.
And then that child has grandparents that like teach them cool shit. And like, they have the crazy grandpa that's American cowboy that like has crazy ideas, and it's fun and it like adds to them. And I think by that time you're actually adding to the culture. You're not subtracting, right? Like you've grown up from the perspective of someone that is fully integrated. What aspects of the culture clash and what aspects of the culture improve. And so like, I think like, like by the time you're like 25%, whatever outside culture you are, and 75%, the dominant culture, you're actually aiding the culture. Right. And so like, that's as much as I would say multiculturalism is good. But when you just bring in like 10 million people and be like, they'll figure it out, they'll assimilate. No, they fucking won't. This is horrible. Like, this is unstable as fuck and unhelpful.
Yeah, to me, multiculturalism tends to result in people sort of forming their own like micro communities within a nation.
Right.
Which, this generally doesn't help utility derived from those people.
So if I was going to help you with your test, I would get rid of the word multiculturalism and then describe what you mean by it. Because I think the word multiculturalism has a lot of connotations politically from people based upon their political perspective and like what they think. Like, I think right-wing people see multiculturalism as a buzzword that means import millions of immigrants to destroy our nation.
Right.
But they might not necessarily disagree with the concept of multiculturalism. You know what I mean? Like if I was just going for accuracy, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it can be a bit of a buzzword. It is morally wrong to place your own people above others. I don't know what the fuck you mean by your own people. I don't know if that means the whites or if that means your family. Like you should definitely place your right. Well, it's like how much of an in group, right? Because like if I go to church, I should probably place, the people I know and go to church with and I have familiarity with above like a random person, a stranger in town, right? Like I have $100 that I have set aside to help my community, and then a random homeless person comes into town. Obviously, I should prioritize help. It would be morally wrong for me to give this random homeless dude $100. I don't know him. I don't value him. He doesn't bring any value to me, right? So that would be morally wrong. But if we're just talking about the whites, because we're like, blonde-haired, blue-eyed is the way to a better America, then like, I don't know.
Right. Well, to you, giving the money to like, a member of your church is like an obviously better, morally superior option to giving it to like some random guy who just floated into town. For a lot of the leftists, and just people on the left, I'm not sure it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Like like look at the heat map meme, right?
Yeah. I love too that the leftists still don't understand the heat map meme. That's what makes the heat map meme so good. Is that all the left is like, this actually proves that you're more empathetic in your care and that you're a better person. And it's like, no, it doesn't. And it's like, no, it means that we have more love to go around. And it's like they don't. It's like, no, you're not supposed to love strangers. Like that's fucked up. Like that's weird. That's psychosis.
Right.
Like you don't know these people. Human beings are capable of great evil just as much as they're capable of great good. Like loving people you don't know is crazy. All right.
Right.
Diversity is our strength. I'm just going to go with hard disagree. It can be, right? It certainly can be, but this phrase is poison. But again, that's another buzzword phrase. I would rather donate to domestic charities than foreign ones. Yeah, strongly agree. The only exception would maybe be like food, not bombs or something, something along those lines. Because it affects me to like be able to help people in war, But yeah, like I would obviously rather have my community improved than like some place elsewhere that I don't know about. But it's not like we're not attached to the world.
Which, by the way, I think is one of the mistakes that people like Bill Gates make with their philanthropy, right? Where if you look at like Carnegie, and how he gave to charity and whatnot, they tended to do it like very, very much domestically, right? That's why you have like Carnegie Hall and whatnot, Carnegie Mellon University, things like that. And they're still, very much remembered as philanthropists to this day. I don't think Gates will be remembered the same because all of his money, has been drained away in Africa, where it'll probably have very little lasting impact.
Well, I think too is so much of what he did is seen as evil, even if you're not like a crazy right winger, right? Like his partnering with vaccine programs and with like Monsanto back in the day to try and bring GMO seeds to India that were patented and like forced Indians to purchase every season new batches of seeds because it would be illegal to keep their own seeds to like to revitalize their own fields. Like shit like that is like calling that charity is an insane stretch, right? Like that is profit from like NGO money and corporations. Like it's evil.
Yep.
Religious or ethnic homogeneity is dangerous. I hard disagree. Especially because of the or. I think religious homogeneity can be dangerous, depending on the religion, especially. But then again, yeah, even then, I'd rather have a group of Muslims to themselves than, I don't know, Kurds, Shia, and Sunni all in the same place.
Forcing them to mingle hasn't ended well.
Historically, forcing them to mingle has been bad. You know what I mean? Like my family consists of, because if you're wondering why I'm kind of ethnic looking as a white guy, it's not just because I'm fat. It's also because I'm part black and I'm part Lebanese. And, why am I part Lebanese? Did some of my family go hang out in Lebanon? No, there was this thing where Christians started running away from Lebanon for a reason.
Yeah. The Islamic takeover wasn't super great for the local population there.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. There's some Mennonites that are still living there that, are kind of somewhat safe, sort of.
Yeah. Caught in the crossfires.
Yeah. Cultural preservation should be disregarded as bigotry. Hard disagree. I should be able to exclude homosexuals, minorities, or religious groups from my life. Yeah, of course. Do you believe in freedom of association? Worded differently.
Yeah.
The individual should serve.
You'd be surprised how many people that one shots.
Yeah, I wouldn't, but I wouldn't, I promise you. The individual should serve the group when necessary. I don't know what when necessary means, but I would say that is like, you should never serve the group. I think this word automatically makes it super hard to disagree. But when necessary, I could stretch that into an individualist perspective, but I'm not gonna. That'd be overthinking it. This compass test is basically baiting you into being an ethno-nationalist. You know what? I didn't think about that, but like, yeah.
No, I'd be very, very surprised if you got super far identitarian on this.
Property is theft. You should change this. If you're going to share it with ANCAP friends. Have you ever read Proudhon's Property is Theft?
Not very thoroughly.
Okay, so in that same book, there's another quote, which is property is liberty.
All right.
And you're like, well, that seems contradictory. When he's talking about property from the original anarcho-mutualist perspective, and property is theft, what this phrase actually means, property is theft from Proudhon, means giving landed gentry and nobility property as opposed to the people that actually work the fields and actually, live in their houses is theft from those people. So this is an anarcho-mutualist phrase that has been co-opted by the left.
Right.
But in its original interpretation, what it means is down with nobility and landed gentry and let people and communities be able to handle property. Still not libertarian, but like if you've read the book, you should put slightly agree from a libertarian perspective.
Right.
But just the phrase itself in English, strongly disagree. You see what I'm saying?
All right.
But yeah,
I think you missed one.
Oh, did I? Hold on.
I think
Individual freedom is the highest political good. Yeah. Well, no, because it's not good per se. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's just, it's morally neutral, but it is under our current framework the highest political good. So I'll leave it at that.
Political good. Yeah.
It's better for everyone to pull together than to pull alone. I mean, slightly agree. I mean, depends on the context, obviously, right? If what we're doing is good, then obviously if we come together to work on a common goal, then we'll be more successful. It's okay to sacrifice wealth for equality. We can put that all the way in the trash. Equality is a fucking myth. You're responsible for yourself, not others. Slightly disagree just because I'm a parent. So I am obviously responsible for others, right? Like it would be insane to say that I'm not responsible for my children.
We have an interest in them doing well.
I mean, until such a time that I abandon my children, I am responsible for them. I have voluntarily taken up that responsibility, but nevertheless, I am responsible for them.
Yeah, but you're not like a slave to it. I thought Liquid Zulu made this argument very well recently, actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just
I
that,
didn't hear his yeah.
Well, you can't really. Okay, so the argument basically goes that you can't really be compelled. You can't be forced to feed your child, which sounds like absurdly evil, right? Just if you're kind of hearing it just off the cuff, but it makes sense in that you really can't be compelled to owe somebody else your labor. And if you want to also hold the position, that abortion is, a violation of the NAP, which I hold that position. You sort of have to also hold the position that you aren't responsible for the child once, once it's out of the mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
At that point, it's its own entity, right? And you don't have a duty to another entity, right? You don't have a duty to anyone else.
I do think that you have a duty. So in the evictionist abortion conversation, there's I don't remember if it was Casimir that came up with this. It might have been Walter Block. I don't know because it's been so long, but I did interview Walter Block on evictionism. And so before he went crazy on Israel and basically got rejected as a libertarian, rightfully so for some of the shit he was saying. Right. Like there's this analogy that we were using at the time we were discussing it. I don't remember if it again, where it originated. I think it might've been Casimir, but it might've been me actually. I don't remember, but, it's like if you invite someone into your home during a blizzard, right? If you invite them, then evicting them out into the blizzard can be problematic, right? And it's the same thing as if I establish a contract to ferry someone across a river. And then I eventually just go, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to complete this contract. I'm just going to throw you into the water to drown and die. I decided halfway across the river after you paid me title of transfer of goods, right, to safely have me go across the river. And so the question is like, what is the limit of a contract there? And so I do think that there is an argument to be made that the ferryman has to complete that contract.
Well, if you violate a contract and it brings someone harm, then obviously, you know.
Right, but then the question is that a valid contract should have an exit clause that stipulates what happens if you don't do it. Right? So my moral intuition is that person is evil. But if I stop trying to intuit it and I really think about it, what I realize is that the appropriate libertarian response is, no, you can evict someone in the middle of a river and let them die, and it's no harm, no foul. And the reason it's no harm, no foul is because it is your property and you can eject someone. The contract should actually stipulate when you do the ferry. And so what happens when I go to the baby in this regard? The baby that lacks the capacity for consent begins to change the domain of what a contract is or isn't. Because I'm no longer contractually obligated to a baby that had the capacity for consent. Rather, what I've done is I've taken up guardianship over the baby. And so I have voluntarily agreed to the rights, to the responsibility of representing them. So I would say that it becomes aggression to not feed your baby. Now, you are not obligated to feed the baby, but if you do refuse to feed the baby, you have violated that agreement. So anyone can come and take that baby and you have no claim whatsoever towards being the parent of that baby. I would even go a step further. I would even go a step further to say that in taking up your guardianship and them lacking consent, you have a responsibility to give them to someone that agrees to take over that guardianship, whether that be driving them to an orphanage, dropping them off at a fire department, giving them to your aunt, whatever it may be. I think you have a duty once you agreed to birth the child and take care of the child, right? And take over guardianship of the child, that you now have a responsibility that you have agreed to that would become aggressive if you don't give that child to someone that is capable of taking care of them.
I'm not sure you have a duty to ferry the child from your residence to, an orphanage or whatever, but you certainly wouldn't have the right to prevent the child from having, passage. You shouldn't, you can't hold him hostage inside of your house away from like a charity or whatnot that wants to, food, shelter, whatever.
So I would say it actually depends upon the context. I think you absolutely can maintain control over the child from a charity if you are the guardian.
If you're feeding the child.
And you're feeding the child, yeah. But like if you have abandoned, right? If you have abandoned the contract, the inexplicit, unfortunately, contract in this example of guardianship,
it's almost like homesteading,
then you're correct.
Really.
Right.
Like
well,
implementation.
Yeah, you've homesteaded it by birthing the child originally. If someone else takes over it, then it probably
and if you don't maintain,
become explicit. Right.
Maintain ownership. Right.
But yeah, if you maintain ownership, then yeah, like if a charity says I want the kid, and go fuck yourself, it's my son, right?
Yeah, I generally agree, and I think that like when you homestead a house, right, you're not really like obligated to keep maintaining it. You don't have a a moral obligation to continue putting in the labor to make sure it doesn't dilapidate.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, like, but I would say though that if you have a child and then you just stop feeding the child and the child is like, let's say 2 years old, I would say you become an aggressor. The child is not capable of utilizing their own feet to go somewhere. If you have not informed anybody of the situation of the child to come pick up the child, you haven't done or taken any actions to transfer the title of guardianship of the child, then you are still beholden to the responsibility of that guardianship, right? Like you can't. I would say that you are an aggressor if you are keeping a child in a room. The door is unlocked, but the child's not smart enough, intelligent enough, or capable enough to actually leave said bedroom, right? And then you're just not feeding the child, or you're abusing the child via neglect in some capacity. Obviously, physical abuse is a more obvious example, but just pure neglect, right? No attention, no food, no nothing. Then you are an aggressor in that situation.
Yeah, I have a hard time imagining a scenario where anything remotely similar to that, comes into play.
No, it is a
should it-
special thing. Guardianship is clearly a special form of contract compared to other contracts, and I don't like that.
Yeah, and I think it's very, very difficult to imagine a scenario in which both of two parents decide to like lock a child in a room and have it starve to death, as opposed to like giving it up for adoption or something similar. Um, and should that situation occur, I guess it would be like it would be similar in a way to like having a quadriplegic, like put into a room with no like ramps to get out, like steps or something that he has to
Right.
go up, right? In which that case it would still be, I think, to keep him in that room and not offer him like some way out, because presumably you brought him in there, right?
Right.
To keep
I mean,
him
like,
in there would
that's a
probably
weird.
still
That's
be
a
false entrapment.
yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe. It
It's-
depends
it's
because
tough
a quadriplegic is able to voice their concerns though, unless they're like a baby, right? So they're able to express
Well-
their will.
Well, even if like, what does that matter?
Well, it would matter if it would matter in us understanding whether or not you intentionally trap them in a room, right?
Well,
or
sure,
whether
sure,
or not
sure,
that's just their bedroom, right? Like their
Well,
bedroom
no, but, like, let's
doesn't
say-
have a ramp. You know what I mean? Like you're not really kidnapping them if they're
Well,
there.
okay, but they agreed to come
agree to
in,
be
right?
there.
And they agreed to come in. They weren't really aware that there was going to be any ramps in the room. It was never brought up, but like they weren't
Right.
aware to begin with.
Well, it's kind of like a Blockian proviso at that point, right? Like you fall asleep in a field, and then people build and then border around you and then claim that property.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Someone
right?
said, Drail
Like,
says, guardianship can't be abandoned. It must be transferred because the being you are guardian of is vulnerable. Abandonment risks its death. Yeah, you have to transfer the property. You can't forestall guardianship. That's what makes guardianship special.
I don't know. I tend to disagree. But
You think you can abandon guardianship? You think you can just like leave a child in the woods?
I think pretty clearly. I mean, you could do the same with literally any other being, right?
Right, but the being in question is a moral actor, right? So like it's not the same, right? I mean, like I'm not like saying like you're evil or anything. Like I'm just trying to
No, I agree.
figure this out, right? Like you could do that with a cat, but a cat's not a moral actor, right? We're talking about a moral actor. So you're saying you could leave a child or a cripple in the woods helpless to like die as a
If
parent.
you have no contractual obligation to the person, right? And no like implicit contracts or anything either, then yeah.
Right, but you're the guardian. So you're saying because the contract isn't explicit, if I don't sign something, well, like who's so you're saying you can't have a contract with a baby, right? We can recognize that you can't have a contract where they have the capacity for consent on the contract.
Sure.
Right. So you're saying, so by your logic, no one could have a contract. They couldn't have a contract with anyone. So anyone that takes care of a baby could abandon the baby at any point, anywhere they want. And if they die, it's not a violation of the non-aggression principle.
Well, I don't think you're really able to like if you basically extradite them from a like environment where they were fine without their consent, because they can't consent to that.
Well,
And
you
end up
took them
leaving
from
in
the
a
hospital
situation-
home, right? You did that. Like the moment you took them from the hospital to the home. Okay.
Yeah, well, in the home, you're presumably gonna like take care of them, right? You're gonna be
Yeah,
feeding them
exactly.
and whatnot. Right. It's a being that's not able to consent. So if you take it to your home and just like leave it in a room to starve, it didn't consent to those actions, so you're responsible for those. Very clearly. If you just say like, I don't really want to take care of it, I'm gonna give it up to a charity or whatnot, you're not harming it.
Right, but there's a distinct
like, you could
difference
argue,
there, because that's transferring guardianship to a charity. What we're talking about is forestalling guardianship, which is just going out into the woods and leaving the child to die. Maybe
And I
someone
guess I would
finds
agree
it,
with
maybe
you.
someone doesn't.
I guess I would agree with you. I don't know. It's a tough thing to address.
So there's a really good objectivist perspective on it. Obviously, you could talk to Zulu about it too, but one of Zulu's people, Ian Hersman, whatever. Let me find it. Let me just find it. Something like that. Ian Hersman. There we go. Rational theory. This is a bad link. This is one that is it on ResearchGate? Oh, we're verifying. Yes, I'm a human.
So they say.
Whatever. This one is one, but you can find it from here. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm putting it. I just put it in my chat. All right. I'll also message it to you. Oh my God, the new UI has so many options, and none of them seem to be message.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, and then oh my God, the new UI is just bad. Can we just say that? I don't know how, but they made it worse. I would just say I'm going to send that to you, and then you some other time get back to me and tell me what you think, because I think it's genius. I think it gets 99% of the way there.
Right, I'll give it a look.
But yeah, that was interesting. What we found out is that Tax Brass loves to, cannot fully commit to the idea of whether or not it's bad to leave babies in the woods to die, because he's an evil person.
True.
And none of you should ever follow him. No, I'm kidding.
That's true, though. Actually, I'm a baby murderer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you're ever strolling through the woods and you see a bunch of pikes with dead babies.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know you were in the IDF.
Okay, but they don't have any forests in Israel. All right.
I'm just kidding, guys. My audience is half pro-Israel, half pro-Palestine, and very few of those people are in between.
That's exactly what you want.
Answer Panzer's question. Look, guys, I glance occasionally at chat. I don't look unless I always answer super chats, but let me see. Panzer, addressed to both Fabian and Tax Price. How would you go about critiquing Kant, seeing as most Austrians draw their influence from him? Hoppe, Mises, etc. I mean, I think saying Hoppe specifically draws his influence from Kant is kind of a bit, I don't know, it feels a little disingenuous. Right. I mean, he was Habermas's understudy, so obviously he read a lot of, he's a student of Habermas, right? Yeah. He's a student of postmodernism. That doesn't make him a postmodernist. I don't know if he's necessarily gaining his influence by him. Mises, yeah, I think you can make an argument that Mises is somewhat Kantian. It would depend upon the idea. So that's a really loaded question. I don't necessarily disagree with Kant's categorical imperative, right? To use people as a means as a means in and of themselves, as opposed to an ends to a means. And that lying to them is wrong because of this nature. I don't know that I necessarily disagree with Kant's, foundations that ethics and that morals must be universalizable. I obviously agree with that, or that ethics are conflict reducing, and that systems of ethics can't be conflict inducing. Right. So those ideas from Kant, how would I address them? I would agree with them. Kant has other ideas that I disagree with. So it's just kind of I guess I would have to say, what do you mean by how do we address Kant? I would have to know, I'm not an objectivist to the point where I'm they're the only philosophers that ever existed were Aristotle and Ayn Rand. You know what I mean? No, I think he had some good ideas. I think he had some bad ideas. And I think some of them.
You're not a real philosopher unless you diddle children, technically.
Right, exactly. Which also known as you're from France.
Yeah, or
as opposed to the Austrians
Greece
and
or-
Germans, right? If you're one of the French
most
philosophers.
of Europe, really. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I would need more specifics on what you mean by like how do we address Kant? The ideas of the dialectic that then get pushed forward and are like kind of the basis of Hegelianism and Marxism. Oh boy, like you know what I mean? Like, do I have some issues, right? So I guess I need a more specific example. Maybe Tax Brass has a different interpretation.
I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of his. Again, it does depend on like the concept. I think the idea of the social contract in particular has probably been one of the most insidious beliefs.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Of the last few hundred years, and has probably justified more just downright evil state action and implied consent to it than just about anything else.
Yeah. I mean, like, so that is an issue. I also obviously I agree with kind of the theory of the mind going more psychological, right? With objectivist philosophy than like that, like idealism or what is it? That Kant has, you know what I mean? It's like senses,
Right.
Make reality type shit. I'm not an expert on Kant. But like, yeah, there are other things that I think are really bad. But like I said, of the things that I definitely agree with, his argument that that morals must be universalizable, that ethical systems must be conflict reducing, and the categorical imperative. I have no issues with those. I think those are great. But some of his more like flowy, like, like his more postmodern-y kind of like beliefs, especially like around the concept of like how reality comes to be, is bullshit. And of course, obviously, social contract. I that one had completely slipped my mind. If Palestine would have accepted the non-aggression principle, they would be in a better place now. I mean, yeah.
It would be bombed, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I would also say the same for Israel, by the way. You know what I mean? Like they'd probably be getting bombed a lot less if they weren't like, how do we use some bullshit and then start some false flags in the West Bank and then just take over property? Like, if they weren't doing that type of shit, PLO and terrorist organizations would probably be bombing them a little bit less. But yeah, of the two,
I don't know.
Of the two, Gaza is definitely worse in terms of how they're willing to, be aggressive.
Kind of ridiculous that our tax money goes to both.
What's that?
Kind of ridiculous that our tax money goes to both,
No. Okay, our tax money is just going towards the Iron Dome, okay, and is going towards feeding poor Palestinian people, and then, maybe like some art programs or something to teach them about, toilets and dicks. That's it, okay? And you should love it.
I fucking love USAID. I love building fucking, water pipes for the Palestinians. Let's go. That's what I want my money going to use for.
Water pipes, also
Fucking
known as
awesome.
bombs.
I love missiles, dude. You kidding me? Come on.
Dude, right? Especially if you paint a half naked lady on it. You know what I mean? Then they're even better.
Dude.
So the
Oh my
best
god,
missiles.
dude. I want to re-enlist. Holy shit.
Oh my god, dude! You want to know what art is? Okay, art is painting pinup models on the side of bombs.
You know what, dude? World War III. I'm calling it World War III. Pinup models are gonna come back with anime waifus, and they're gonna be on everything, and it's gonna be awesome. And everyone is
They're
going
gonna be
to enlist. Don't
e-girls.
even need
They're gonna be OnlyFans models. There's gonna be Sophie Rain on the side of fucking bombs.
No, because it's not gonna be the Coomers who are enlisting, dude. It's gonna be the based chuds and incels who fucking like anime and shit.
I'm gonna answer this question, Panzer, because people apparently were making it seem like you had good questions. Obviously, I don't see everything in chat. I'm gonna answer this question, give it to Tax Press, and I'm gonna continue. So the question is, what was the turning point for both of you to becoming ANCAPs? I'll answer first. Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory. Not particularly a great book, unfortunately, right? But I was a minarchist up to that point because I was of the opinion that it was absurd to construct a legal system that didn't have it. Like, I was in my mind, I was like, obviously you have to have a monopoly on like the courts and the like enforcement of contracts. And then I read that and I was like, well, I don't agree with this. It's not particularly well written, but this is a way to do it without a monopoly on courts. And so it was like, so that was like my last hang up that kept me from being like able to fully commit to ANCAP. So that was the final nail in the coffin. If you want like the turning point, it's a long series of things that happened from me going from being a communist as a teenager to a democratic socialist to being like a kind of left libertarian in the military to there was a turning point where I began to realize what the left really was. And that was when Bernie Sanders was running. And I went to a Bernie Sanders rally because I was still kind of like a left libertarian at that time. And he said in a speech I was there for, he said, he brought up the gender pay gap, and like immediately my eyes were rolling because I was like, this is dumb. This is, but like, whatever, you have to, you know, like I was like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, play to the base.
And then he said, the problem is that rich white men have too much money. And like that broke me because I was like, this is evil. This isn't the same thing as like equity or equality that they're preaching. This is hatred. This is, you know, like Nietzsche's like ressentiment. And like, that was when I saw the left and left politicians truly for what they were, which was resentful, bitter, hateful people that were pitting people against each other for a culture war to maintain their own power. And I very quickly from there went from like a left libertarian to a right libertarian.
Yeah, a few years back, I was a pretty, like, I still held, like, in my mind, I held capitalist beliefs and some authoritarian beliefs simultaneously. And then slowly over time, I basically came to realize that it was nonsensical and wouldn't make sense in any sort of practical application. And that they really didn't square together very well. And just through, like, I guess, through a reassessment of my beliefs over time, continuously over years, you know, I came to realize that it really doesn't. I can have one or the other, and I'd much rather have, you know, like freedoms and liberties than state control.
Pragmatically determined your contradictions. you were like these contradictions are here, but that's okay. And then eventually you were like, nah, pragmatically these contradictions
this isn't
don't make
working
sense.
out. I need to make a decision.
It's kind of a weird way to come about it, but hey, man, that's honesty. You know what I mean? Like,
it's one
I
of us.
appreciate your honesty.
You have to pick one.
All right, let's continue. A unified community is more important than self-expression. Ooh. I think I slightly agree with this. Yeah, I think self-expression is should be, like, it's morally right to stamp down on self-expression to some degree. Because without that, your society lacks guardrails. People lack purpose and meaning because there's too much hedonism, too much like liberty within the culture because you're not socially ostracizing or abolishing or banishing people for being like degenerates or fools or for, you know, going into too many things. I think it creates enemy from the Durkheimian perspective, which is a lack of rules means that people don't know what to do. There's a sense of normlessness, right? And so society needs all of these guardrails, and a unified community needs guardrails to kind of stop people from being their own beautiful little individual, so that people only go into their beautiful individual when it's things that are actually valuable, when they're willing to take social ostracization and like some community social punishment and, you know, some kind of like socialization, right, against those things, when they're willing to say, fuck all of that, what I'm doing is so good that it's worth it. And so people, normies do their kind of 9 to 5 thing in a culture and a structure that is good for themselves and the community. And then individuals only break out of those kind of those shackles that the culture is putting them in, unless they have something genuinely valuable that they're really good at. And this is how you get great artists. I think the lack of unified community rules and the liberty of like do whatever you want and it's okay has destroyed our ability to create good art. Ironically enough, I think you cannot get good art unless you do everything you can, not everything, but unless you do a lot to stop artists. It's the only way you get good art, is that there are relatively few that genuinely go, no, I'm so fucking good about this. I'm so passionate about this. I'm willing to be shunned to some degree to make something beautiful. And it puts them on that path. Whereas when you're kind of free to do everything, you're also free to not have the ability to focus on any one thing or to really commit to any one thing. And instead you're left lost. You're left with a loss of purpose and a meaning to do anything. So I think it's actually deeply damaging to people and to the individual to give them too much self-expression. So I'm actually going to go strongly agree here that a unified community is more important than self-expression.
Wow.
I feel like I'm the most conservative ANCAP after that statement.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I feel like I said that now I feel like a dirty Republican, but I'm not saying like the laws should be that way. I'm just saying a healthy culture doesn't let everybody fucking dance on the streets and like be like pride is okay and that's their right. You know what I mean? Like a healthy society says, no, get the fuck away from me. Like stop. You're not like, we don't want leather daddies in the street, you fucking freak.
All right.
I've gotten so conservative. No one knows what's best for me better than me. That's obviously just patently not true. Plenty of people are stupid. Rights exist because they're granted by the community. Strongly disagree. Rights are extant. Protectionism is inherently a bad thing. This is economic protectionism, correct?
Yes.
I see you lighting up. I'm not hearing you though.
Yes. I see.
Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, then agree. Strongly agree. Rights exist inherently and must be respected regardless of context. Strongly agree. Socialism is inherently oppressive. Strongly agree. Freedom is meaningless without order. Strongly agree. No individual can truly own property. Strongly disagree. These questions are getting a lot easier now. Profit should serve the people, not the individual. Strongly disagree. Well, hold on. By serving the individual, they do serve the people. And so if they don't serve the individual, they don't serve the people. So like, I don't understand this statement.
That's true.
Right? You know what I mean? Like if it doesn't serve the people, the people are made up of individuals. Like
that's true.
So, and the more individuals, the more you quote unquote serve the people, the more profit you get. I mean, obviously you get profit by serving individuals, not by serving, quote, the people. Like, oh, but if it's valuable to a lot of people, it means it's valuable to a lot of individuals. I don't get this question. I feel like I get where you were going with it, so I'm going to put strongly disagree. But this seems like a question that needs to be reworded or something.
I'll reword that one. All right.
Order is meaningless without freedom. I feel like there was... Is that a...
It's the inverse of one from before, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well... Order is meaningless without freedom. I mean... Disagree slightly, I guess. I don't know. Like, what do you mean by meaningless? Like, Order
like,
is order.
Not a good, not helpful, right? Not desirable.
Oh yeah, well then slightly agree. Right, because I'm just like, well, I mean, it's like, what's the purpose of order? The purpose of order is order.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to, like, yeah, all right, fair enough. This might be, you might want to put it into good, bad on this one.
Yeah.
The rich are inherently at least somewhat exploitative. Strongly disagree here, but if we're talking about billionaires, I don't think there's a billionaire in existence that isn't exploitative and evil. Like, I don't think you get to billionaire status, and I don't mean in a free market you couldn't be a billionaire. I mean, under our current economic systems,
There's gotta be at
every
least
billionaire
one,
that I can
surely.
think of is using state power.
Hey, Notch. He's a billionaire, I'm pretty sure, right? He's
Who?
pretty cool. Notch. Swedish game developer.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure he's not.
that dude's
exploiting
not a
anyone.
billionaire. That dude's not a billionaire.
Yeah, I'm almost sure he is.
He's not a billionaire.
Hold up, let me Google this.
Dude, $1 billion is a lot of fucking money.
Yeah, net worth 1.39 billion.
No fucking way. 1.4 billion US. Okay, well, maybe that
Yeah.
guy. All right. You know what? All right. You know what? You
found
got
one.
me. You got me. Fucking inflation is so bad that billionaires are now good people. Oh, fuck. Hold on. He's a billionaire for selling Minecraft to Microsoft. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I didn't know who Notch was, but once I saw his face, I recognized him. How about J.K. Rowling? Dude, J.K. Rowling is constantly trying to push the government towards her own political bullshit, but maybe the way she got her money, again, isn't exploitive. So, yeah.
Other than IP enforcement.
Fair enough. You are obligated to act towards the greater good. Oh my God. Fucking get this Tao shit out of here. It was a Warhammer joke for those that missed it. The government should take control of industries. I don't need to finish this question. Like I just started reading the question and I am adamantly opposed. The world would be better off if we all just looked after ourselves. Strongly agree. Though what that means looking after yourself in terms of your own values, right? Which would mean helping other people sometimes.
Yes, you know.
Am I hanging out in the
moral
Discord
code
after
is
stream? Maybe. I don't know. Taxation is theft. Agree. But apparently, hold on, I got a fucking bone to pick. Motherfuckers, I said taxation is theft on fucking Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, okay? Debating Connor.
Right.
And there were not one or two, there were dozens of libertarians throughout the different platforms in comments being like, actually taxation is coercion. I don't know where you got this ANCAP guy from, but he's not a real ANCAP saying stupid shit like taxation is theft. I have never wanted to. It's like, dude, guys. I understand the philosophy behind that. Okay. I'm talking to normies. Okay. Taxation is theft is just a fucking bumper sticker. For the love of God, fucking calm down. I was so mad. Every time I read that, I was like, this is why we fucking lose. It's you people. Like the idea that you're like, right. Actually, fucking taxation is extortion or taxation is coercion, not theft. Like, what is this? Is this guy's first day as a libertarian? I was so mad. It was better than most of the other comments, which were just saying that I was fat and disgusting looking. Just like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, I had more than 10 people say in the comments that the way that I looked on his program broke them because they no longer believe in physiognomy because I was so grotesque and ugly and such a Reddit soy boy fat fuck, but that all my ideas were based and that I was amazing and based. And so they were thanking me for breaking them of believing that physiognomy has any truth. And I was like, worst victory ever. It's like the worst way to get a dub I've ever had in my life. It was rough. I was like, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
You should be allowed to
Gotta
act
love the
however.
internet comment sections.
Yeah, right, dude. It's like I had to put it down. I was like, I know what it's like to be a girl in middle school now. Like, this is wild. Just like, let me go to my Instagram real quick. You should be allowed to act however you want as long as you don't aggress upon others. Okay, so like I don't know how to answer this because technically yes, right?
Right.
But like if you're a degenerate, you should be removed from private property in society.
That's true. Being removed from private property wouldn't violate the NAP. Refusing to,
Right,
refusing to
exactly.
leave
That's
would
kind of where I'm
violate
at. It's like, so I mean, like I strongly agree with this, but I'm not a hedonist, right? Like I'm just,
No,
I
yeah.
agree with this on the technical kind of level, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Stay patient. When my employer is required by law to take taxes from my paycheck without any redress, I would call that theft from the government. No, you don't understand, Stacy, you dumb lady. Okay, taxation isn't theft, it's coercion. And the reason is because they're saying or else, right? They're not actually taking the property, they're threatening to take the property. And then if you don't give up the property, then they take the property. So that's not theft, that's coercion, because if you're going to be a libertarian, you have to be super autistic about words. But yeah,
Being
no, I
mugged
totally
isn't
agree with
theft unless they actually like take it from you physically. It's pretty cool.
you. Right? It's so stupid. But I appreciate the super chat nonetheless. Altruism is evil. Strongly agree. Pure capitalism is inherently exploitative. Strongly disagree. Nobody becomes rich without society's help. I mean, slightly agree. I mean, obviously, society help. What is society? Society is not a person. Are you saying, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
you can't become rich unless you engage in voluntary transactions that are mutually beneficial. So society helps you and you help society. That is what it means to become rich. Now, obviously, you can extort and use your power to, influence the state to become rich. But I don't know how to answer this question. I have to leave it I don't know.
Right.
Like it feels like the question is asking me like, oh, nobody becomes rich without, the taxes and the roads and the social construct that we all use. So it's only right that they give back. But like selling products and services is how they give back because it's mutually beneficial. So like,
Right.
this question feels like an outlier to me. But it might just be because I'm a libertarian nerd. So
yeah,
like
the test is more designed for normies. The way I had it.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with slightly disagree because I think that's kind of what you mean.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'm going to go with fully disagree because, like, I kind of get what you mean, but, like, yeah.
Right.
I break these tests all the time, which is why I thought it'd be fun to do it because I
Yeah.
overthink them all.
No, I've made a bunch of edits so far.
But I'm the kid in class that, like, has to go up and raise the hand to the teacher and be like, the question's wrong here. And they're like, the question isn't wrong. I'm like, no, let me explain. And they're like, okay, yeah, the question's wrong, but you know what it fucking means. You know, like I was definitely that kid. They fucking hated me. I was a horrible child. I without a doubt was the most hated child throughout my middle school and high school. I'll explain. One day I brought a can of lighter fluid to school on accident. Now, I brought it to school on accident because I was high at my friend's house for a sleepover in middle school. And I had a school backpack, and then I had like a stand over at my friend's house backpack. And I put the can of lighter fluid because I needed an older person to buy lighter fluid to fill up my lighter so I could smoke weed. I needed an older person to do that for me, to give me that, to get me that product. Okay. So I put it in my school backpack by accident because I was high. And then I forgot about it. And then I was on the school bus one day and I opened it up and I was like, oh shit. And then I closed it. But the kid beside me immediately screams, oh shit, you're going to build a bomb.
Oh my God, bro.
Like as a joke or whatever. And then everyone was like, shut up, kid, because nobody liked that kid. And then it went away. And then I was in class and the cops came in 4 deep, not 1 deep, not 2 deep, not 3 deep, 4 deep. And I knew the jig was up, right? So I got interrogated. The police interrogated me without my parents, which is, was fun. They did all kinds of crazy, like, and then of course I was a smart ass kid because they were like, could you build a bomb with the contents in your locker? And I'm like, I'm sure I could. I don't really know how to.
It's a perfect answer. That's exactly what they wanted to hear.
Right. You know what I mean? I was like, there's a can of lighter fluid. I got an umbrella in there. I was like, if I was MacGyver, I probably could figure out something. Like, pressurized lighter fluid in a pipe or something. You know what I mean? With like some shrapnel or something. You're right. It was just not the right answer. And then they were like, have you ever read The Anarchist Cookbook? And then my response was, yeah, it's a great book. There's only a small section of it on bomb making. Like most of it's just cool shit to get back at the government. Like, when a corporation sends you mail that has a return to sender on it, then you just tie it to a brick and then you bring it back to the post office and then they have to pay postage based off of weight and then they never send you junk mail ever again. I was like, it's a cool book. It's got some cool shit in it. And they were like, this kid knows how to make bombs and he's going to blow up the school. And it's like, no, I was just high and brought a fucking can of lighter fluid to school. So that got way out of proportion. And then the rumor mill started because people were saying that I was going to kill a teacher, which I obviously wasn't. Obviously. And then the teacher,
it, though, if you did, right?
No. The teacher got scared and resigned. And so then I got charged with inciting a riot by spreading these rumors.
I've been charged with that before too. Holy shit. That's crazy.
Right? Yeah, so then my parents, obviously were involved at this point, and they were like, so all you have is rumors from kids at school and you're going to charge him with crimes? It's like, we're ready to go to court and get a lawyer. What the fuck is wrong with you people? So we reached an agreement, and the agreement is that I would spend the entire year in school suspension away from all the other students because I was a problem. And that the students were terrified of me, and it would interrupt their education if I was near them because they would be in fear for their life. And it's like, you guys helped gin up this fucking psychotic fucking fear out of nowhere because I accidentally brought a can of lighter fluid to school. Like, this is on you. But whatever. So I spent an entire year in school suspension, and except for chorus class, because my chorus teacher was like, he'll be fine. I need him in chorus because I was a good singer. And so I would be in a trailer for in-school suspension, and then I would go to chorus class, and then I would go back to in-school suspension for a whole year. And then and it was the best year of my education because I got all my homework done and all my shit done before I ever went home, so I could just go home and play video games because I didn't have to listen to the teacher teach dumb shit that was like way below me. And so I was just like, yeah, read the chapter, fucking do the worksheets, write the paper, whatever. And so I did that, and then I went back to school, and from that point on, I had like this, he's a terrorist, he's the evil child, in like information packet that went to every single teacher. And so I had every teacher would be like, they'd pull me out
and
day
you were
one.
part Lebanese, so,
Yeah, of course. Right. And so like every time they would pull me out, and they would like when I went to high school, for example, I had like an honors chemistry teacher, and she was like, you're going to quit my class and you're going to go to regular chemistry, and you're going to put it in and say that honors chemistry is too hard for you. And I'm like, fucking what? Why? She's like, because I'm going to fail you, and I'm going to get you kicked out of show choir because you will not be in my class. I know you're a problem. I don't want anything to do with you. And I was like, say no more. I'm not fucking fighting the system. I've been dealing with this shit for like 3 years. I got kicked out of honors English, and I went into like a regular English class, and then the principal had to get involved to put me back into like AP English because I was clearly not supposed to be there. So like I just had every single teacher treat me like utter garbage, accuse me of all kinds of shit, and then some of them were terrified of me, and like it just broke my entire ability to be able to see authority in like in a way that like it broke the social conditioning. Because I was like, you're all fearful retards. Like you know what I mean? Like you're not like authority figures.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing basically is that you were kind of like the Joker of middle school.
Dude, I was horrible. Like I remember I was in English, but I was broken, and I was so fucking bored, right? Like, cause like when I was in elementary school, my parents tried to get me, the school tried to get me to skip to middle school. And like second grade, they wanted me to go to fifth grade, and then in third grade, they wanted me to just go to sixth grade, because I was helping my mom with like her college homework and shit, right? I was in third grade, and she was like, and I was like, no, Mom, this is how you do, like, this is how you factor. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, because I was just a nerd, and I was just like a little smart kid that just like read. That's all I did, because I was an only child in an abusive home. And so all I did is just read. And I was way ahead of the other kids. So I was just fucking bored. And then by the time I had all that shit, I was now bored and angry. You know what I mean? Like, because I was like forced to be in this area with nothing but idiots. And I remember like one time I was in fucking English class, and it was like the normal English, and we were reading like Romeo and Juliet, and it was like one of the jokes that was in it, and I started laughing at the joke, and like my teacher got mad at me and was like, why are you laughing? And I'm like, because it's a joke. And she was like, this is the greatest love story ever written. And I was like, what? I was like, and then I was just like, you're a fucking English teacher? And I said fucking, like, I just like grilled her. I was like, you're a fucking English teacher and you don't know that this is satire? Like, you don't have any understanding of Shakespeare at all, and you call yourself a fucking English teacher? Like, you're a sad excuse of a teacher. Like, what the hell are you doing here, you retard? I called her retard. I cursed at her. And then she was like, you want to get up here and teach class? And I was like, well, clearly I'm going to do a better job than you ever will. Like, you don't even know that this is a satire. Like, how are you supposed to teach this? What are you talking about? Of course I'll teach the class. So she's like, I just did shit like that constantly because I just hated it. And then eventually I started behaving. And people were like, wow, he's really turned over a new leaf. But that was just because I was microdosing LSD. I was just hanging out in the room reading.
That's a roller coaster of a public school experience.
Yeah, so public school was fucking horrible for me. I don't know how I got there. Look, these live streams are a stream of consciousness. Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
So, next question, or the last question. The last question. I had no idea it was all the way at the bottom. Here we go. The will of the individual is more important than the collective interest. Well, the collectives don't have interests. I mean, like, people have interests, and then they should collectively, I don't know. The collective doesn't, the will of the individual is more important than the collective interest. I would say it's halfway. Because it's like, if you're not using aggression against the will of the individual, right? Like if I'm in an Amish community and somebody comes in and wants to be a leftist, right? Then like, obviously the collective interest is more than the will of the individual. But if I start using aggression against them, that wildly changes. So I think the two are equal. You know what I mean? Like they play equal parts depending on the context. All right. Submit. Apparently I'm a paleo-libertarianism.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I think you overthought some of the questions on the identitarian collectivist spectrum.
No, I'm pretty collectivist, right? It's like I think there's just contradictions between the idea of collectivism and identitarian individualist, right? It's like, because I think there are contradictions in the sense that the goals or the values are necessarily mutually exclusive. Very often, I think individual interest is in the collective interest and vice versa.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like it's like the idea of like, oh, altruism is evil. And then people go, oh, well, then I agree, right? And then people are like, well, then you should never feed the poor because that's altruism. It's like, no.
Right.
It's altruism when you say that you should feed the poor because it is wrong that you have and they don't have. It's not altruism if I have a restaurant and there's poor people hanging out around my fucking restaurant and I have all this extra money, and I realize that in order to give value to my restaurant, it's probably a good idea for me to make a homeless shelter so that the homeless people that are hanging out on my fucking doorstep can be away somewhere and can be taken care of. And thus the value of my community is better. There's less crime and my storefront is clean. So the collective interest and the individual interest here now are no longer in conflict. And so it's like in this situation, there is no individual collective contradiction here, right? Whereas normally you would think there would be a contradiction. And so sometimes what is best for the community and what is best for the individual are the same thing. And you have to approach that understanding. Maybe, but again, I am also willing to consider that I overthink things, but I think that is just the problem with political compass tests and this kind of like everything is black or white way of looking at things.
Yeah, well, the main goal for this was to have a political compass test that basically plots people and ideologies about
More
where
accurately.
they are coordinate-wise, where, like, the normie might think it would be on the actual political compass test, right? So, you know, the Nazi would be, you know, like, high...
I'll give you that though.
blue
Even
right?
like you did, I ended up in the right quadrant, and even in the quadrant, I'm still over 5 and under, you know, -5, right? So even with my overthinking and my somewhat what many people might consider to be collectivist ideas or something by certain contexts, I'm still in the right quadrant. Where I'm still in the right quadrant of the quadrant. So that's pretty good from a test taking perspective.
Yeah, again, it's not going to be like super accurate, and I want to get that keyed in a little bit better. Just, you know, the I guess statistician in me. But yeah, the idea of the test is to like plot people and ideologies where the normie thinks they are. So, you know, the communist here would be you know, very much in the top left corner. The Nazi would be very much in the you know, top right, right?
And the ANCOM should be down here.
Well, the ANCOM,
the real
where the
ANCOM, of which there are like 4 of in the world.
Yeah.
Right, like ThoughtBat is a real ANCOM.
Yeah.
And I've never met another one.
They get plotted more. Again, I don't think anarcho-communism actually is like a thing that exists in practice, and it never would.
No, of course not.
It's an absurd ideology, which is another convenient thing because this test gets rid of the concept of the authoritarian right and the libertarian left. You know, because they just aren't coherent. They don't exist in practice.
I agree. Well, it's like the authoritarian right exists. It's just not really right by any like it. The term right becomes meaningless.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It's like
you know,
it's an anti-capitalist leftist that just happens to have some.
Yes.
That happens to have some. Yeah. I got mad one day. Let me see if I can find the post. Let's see. What is it? Okay, I'm never gonna find it this way. Maybe I can do it. Blah, 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 blah. Let me do an advanced search. Maybe someone else can find the post, but it should be socialist. We'll just go with socialist in my ad and see if I can find it. Hey. All right. I got really mad one day at this fucking meme. Do you remember this? This pops up like every couple of months.
Yeah, and they try and claim that he was like a base, like he was a base capitalist, guys. He actually wasn't they're totally different.
No, this one socialism. Yeah, he hated socialism, right? So it's privatized bank, right? So I went through each one, and I was just like, no, Hitler privatized industry, false. In some cases, he nationalized industries. In others, Hitler stole business and gave them to party members who were under strict control from the Reich Group industry under the 4-year plan led by Hermann Göring. There's like another one. Hitler outlawed socialist labor unions. And it's like Hitler abolished all labor unions and established the German Labor Front, the DAF, the largest labor union in history. The DAF was responsible for propaganda and control of the workers alongside socialist welfare policies, such as holiday pay, sick pay, factory beautification, sports facilities, etc. through the strength. Like, I just got mad and was like, no, I'm going to explain to you how every one of these fucking points is retarded. Like, he's so clearly a fucking socialist.
Yeah, fucking commie. Dude, you know, I, like, even if, right, and again, I tend to reject racialism. I don't think it's a, you know, great way to view the world, right? But even if you want to, like, hold those beliefs, you can hold those beliefs in a contradictory and non-retarded way, you know, like, while embracing the free market. And people, like, just fall into the trap of, like, well, that Nazi edit did look pretty fucking cool, you know? Some of this stuff's pretty based, so...
Dude, can I be honest? I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah?
Nazis and groypers make the best memes. There's no fucking competition.
Well, they're all unemployed, so they have the free time, you know?
No, it's not that. It's not free time. No, it's not.
No?
It's not. Those fucking communists are
I guess
fucking...
the leftists, yeah, they're
the
all
lefties are
unemployed
too, and they make the
right?
worst memes.
Yeah.
No, it is there is something about the meme format that, first of all, you have to be counter to the culture. When you have cultural power, the motivations to make good memes, which are I genuinely believe this, it is a new form of revolutionary tactic against the power and against the institution. So
it's a new pamphlet.
They sit in the political position that is, you know, that is very much ostracized and hated by the political institutions and the cultural institution. So that's part of it. But the other part of it is what is a meme but a classic, you know, kind of Seinfeld old school joke, right? Which is concept, subvert, you know, like concept, match concept, concept furthered, subvert expectation. Right? Like that's kind of that's the typical meme format, right? Is you set something up and then you subvert it in some way, you subvert the expectation. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like the meme of like the two people talking with like where it's like, you know, stop. You don't have to convince me, right? It's like, you know, such and such are racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, and it's like, stop. You don't have to convince me. It's a subversion of the expectation that's set up, right? I don't know why. I want to know why. It fascinates me as to why the right, especially like the identitarian, you know, like fascist, groyper, very racist right, is so much better at this. I don't know if it's something about the simplistic thought of the idea that like the left tries to add too many modifiers because they're worried of offense. Yeah. Or or they think they're smarter than they are, so they have to over-explain.
I think like humor, a lot of the kind of like groyper ideas are very like instinct oriented, right? Like this is like a lot of gut instinct in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like more visceral, right? And so if you have an ideology that's like more ideological, right? It's going to be harder to, you know, make jokes with it. Just because like it doesn't really strike at that same, you know, emotional aspect that you know, some of the simpler ideas do.
I'm putting the political compass test in the chat, guys. If you want to take it yourself and check out Tax Breast's version of the test, you know, and see where you line up, have a little fun, send it to people. You know, if you have if you want to DM him, I'm sure he wouldn't be mad because you can always ignore DMs. If you want to DM him like your thoughts or like a question that you thought was off or something, give him a day or two to, you know, put in some of those edits he was looking at.
Yeah, I'll probably respond to you.
But yeah. What's that?
No, I said I'll probably respond, you know, if you send a DM. I try to get pretty good about you know, responding to people.
Yeah, I mean, I try to do the same thing. Sometimes I like people fall through the cracks because like they'll DM me over Discord and like I'm not friends with them or something. Then I'll look and I'll be like, "Oh, you sent that to me 3 weeks ago." Well, that sucks for you.
Yeah, contacting me on Zitter is going to be the best way to do it.
Stop saying that. Stop trying to make that a thing.
All of the cool kids say it, dude. You don't understand. All right.
How old are you?
How many times? Me?
Mm-hmm.
That's a secret. Shh.
Give me a bulb. Are you a millennial or are you Gen Z? How about that?
Oh, I'm definitely not a millennial. All right, that is. Come on.
So you're a millennial?
Dude, no. I'm actually offended that you would even ask.
Will you just answer the fucking question, you weirdo? Like, it's okay. Like, are you worried about being doxxed that you can't give me like a fucking what generation you're in?
I'm a Zoomer, buddy. I told you. I'm not a millennial. You kidding me?
Okay.
Tell you
Yeah.
what,
I figured you were Gen Z, right? And so that's
I'm
kind of
either
what I
a
was getting
Zoomer
at.
or the greatest generation, one or the other.
Well, you'd have to have an old person's voice if you were still greatest generation.
Dude, I can be really fucking hip. You have no idea.
Well.
I'm like the only one in the greatest generation who didn't like smoke constantly. Like my voice.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah. You're the only one. You're the only one that didn't survive on a diet of whiskey, fatback, and cigarettes.
Yeah, and then like the in the factory I was working in, dude, like my lungs got caked with asbestos, and so they've been perfectly preserved the entire time.
Preserved. Yeah. Well, that'd be more like Gen X and fucking boomers with the asbestos. That shit didn't really boom till then.
See, in my opinion, anyone older than like 30 is technically a boomer.
Yeah, I understand. I get called a boomer all the time, and I'm like, hey man, there's like a whole generation between me and boomers. Like, what are you doing?
You're telling me you're not a boomer?
I'm a millennial.
Whoa, dude.
So hold on. I have one compound noun for you so that you can understand the difference. Okay.
Yep.
Avocado toast. Okay. All right, you understand what I mean? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I'm the generation. I'm the generation of avocado toast.
Buddy, you're the generation of a whole lot of things. You're the generation of.
You know what? You know what pisses me off is it's not so much Gen Z calling everyone that isn't Gen Z a boomer. I get it. It's fine. The thing that pisses me off more is boomers blaming millennials for shit Gen Z is doing. Like that, I don't know why, but that just like I was on Twitter the other day and it was like, yeah, it's all these fucking OnlyFans whores. This is the millennials. They're doing this shit, the worst generation ever. And I was like, hey buddy, the fucking OnlyFans whores are Gen Z and the people paying them are boomers. What the fuck why are we getting hate? Like the only thing we're doing is not being able to afford a house. Like what did we do? You know, like we're just fucking.
The millennials are bankrolling. The millennials are bankrolling OnlyFans. Let's not pretend, all right?
What do you? Yeah, with all of our money,
y'all are the support pays.
No, it's literally boomers. It's like when you look at the data, it's overwhelmingly married men in their like 50s and up, right? So it's Gen X and boomers.
I've have very reliable sources informing me that millennials spend all of their money on weed, OnlyFans, Funko Pops, and Reddit Gold.
You forgot DoorDash.
That too.
You forgot that. So
yeah.
So you weren't alive for this. Okay, and so this is I'm giving you some deep lore on millennials. Ooh. When the 2009 financial collapse happened, and we were all
I was alive for that.
Okay, hold on. You were alive, but you were a little fucking baby. Calm down. Okay, when you were a little baby and we entered the job market, and for the first time ever, there were no jobs, right? Like there were people with master's degrees that were like working at McDonald's and shit.
Right.
And they were like, we couldn't get a job. Yeah, okay, but that was the first time it happened, asshole. Okay, and it's like, and people were like, right. And so, and the boomers were like, just go to college, you dumbass, right, and get a degree in psychology, and then you'll do great in the market. And we were like, oh, okay, I guess, right? Except college was cool when they were a thing, and it wasn't for us. So we just had this arrested development where we're like, well, the job market sucks, so I guess we'll go to college, right? I didn't, but a lot of us did. And so we were this generation in a financial collapse. And like half of us were in college because we couldn't get a job. So we were like, I guess we'll go get a college degree and that'll help us get a job. Spoiler alert, that didn't help. And if it did, like the job paid just enough to be the same as if we worked at McDonald's because of the fucking student loan debt. And And so we're like all in college, or we all have like minimum wage jobs, struggling. And for like a good 6 months to a year, every like week or so, there would be a new article being like, millennials are to blame for the lack of an economic recovery because they're not eating out at restaurants. Millennials are to blame because they're not going
You
to
love
the movie
Keynesian
theater.
economics. Holy shit, dude.
And
That's awesome.
it was like if only millennials would spend money, the economy would recover. But it's all millennials' fault for not buying things. And we were all like, dude, we don't have money. What the fuck? We would love to go to Applebee's. We can't go. And boomers were like, what do you mean you don't have a ton of money to go to Applebee's? Like, and then they started blaming us for eating shit like avocado toast, right? And they were like, millennials with their fucking high palates can't go to a restaurant, but they got to get avocado toast and they have expensive taste. Then they started blaming us for eating healthy because we couldn't afford to go to the restaurant. And we couldn't afford to go to the movie theater because we were wasting all our money buying healthy food. And that's shit rich people should be doing. And why aren't millennials just eating Kraft mac and cheese and shit? Okay? Now that we're older, they just start blaming us for DoorDash. And like, as a millennial, as a Gen Z, you may hate boomers, but I promise you, you do not hate boomers as much as millennials hate boomers. And the reason I bring that all of that up, because they have been blaming us for everything since the day we turned 18, and they're still blaming us despite the fact that the youngest millennials are 29. Okay? Like, was like, dude, our knees hurt. We're middle-aged. What are you talking about? Right? So that is why boomer is such an effective insult to like millennials and to a certain degree Gen X. But mostly, that is why that shit pisses us off so much. It's like, you were not even forged in the hatred of boomers like we were. Like you like my sweet summer child. You don't hate boomers to the degree that we hate boomers. How dare you call us a boomer? That's why that shit works so well. When you call us boomers, that's why it gets under our skin. It's because like, fuck you, I hate boomers more than you do.
What I'm getting from this, Grandpa, is that you have a lot of stories from your past in the days long, long ago that you want to tell me how you have it much worse than I do, all right? I don't know, man. That's kind of like
absolutely.
a boomer to me, buddy.
No, you can just look at Gen Z humor and understand that Gen Z has it worse.
I don't know.
You just look at Gen Z music and humor, and you're like, oh no, the kids are not all right. Because all your shit is like nihilist, surrealist, dogs screaming over explosions. Like there's not even like a setup and a punchline to your humor. It's just like, I watched this person die in an explosion while a bird laughed.
How wrong you are. How wrong. See, you don't understand the many, many layers of meta irony involved to really get the joke.
No, I do. There's some meta irony. Okay, I agree with you. Gen Z humor is meta. It's layers of irony, as opposed to millennial humor is just like one level of irony, or like
millennial
one
humor is
subversion.
just like bad, right? Yeah.
You know, but like, no. You know, here's what. Go to YouTube and look up Vine compilations.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay, and you will realize that like our humor's not that different. Like we were
Right.
just like you when we were a kid too. All right. But no, like, and then I listened to like Gen Z music, and it's like our music was like sex and fucking and like we hate the system, whatever. It had a lot of bad shit to it. We had a lot of bad music, all right? A lot of club music that was stupid. Your music is just like makes me want to kill myself. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think the greatest thing that ever happened to Gen Z, the greatest success of Gen Z, the most beautiful thing that could ever happen to you guys was when that sad fucking rapper died. XXX Tenacion or whatever. God, that was a beautiful day for Gen Z when that fucker died. I was just like, the kids are going to be better now because finally that guy's not putting out music.
I don't know. I will say I'm not a huge fan of the rap genre. Like, I don't like just fucking bash it like a lot of people do, because I think there are a few gems buried underneath the layers of brimstone charcoal. But um, well, you're not.
I liked your
familiar with that
political compass test. It was pretty good.
Thank you. Yeah. So, tell me, have you ever? I'll start with this. I'm not a big fan of like generational dick measuring, right? Like in general, I think it's pretty silly.
I agree, except I
because-
hate boomers and Gen X. Go on.
Actually, I have a hard time hating Gen X. They just fucking
No, I hate them more than all of them. I hate them. I hate them probably as much, maybe not, if not more than boomers.
From what I found for most of them, they're very like consumerist, and they basically were just pretty thoroughly brainwashed into enjoying like fucking professional wrestling and shit. And other than that, they're kind of
Here's my problem with Gen X. I'll explain my problem with Gen X. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind Gen X. I don't, and I hate boomers for a lot of reasons. For all the same reasons you probably hate boomers. But there's two things. I've basically learned nothing from Gen X and boomers. I've learned more from Gen Z than I've ever learned from Gen X and boomers.
We're honored.
Like Gen Z grew up in this new world that like us millennials have like one foot in both sides of the door. And
Right.
you can learn from Gen Z. You can learn how to hustle. You can learn how to I mean, whatever it is, Gen Z realize that like the world is meaningless unless they go out and find some fucking meaning, because all the guardrails are gone. So it's like, you want to learn how to do makeup? Go find a fucking Gen Z YouTube channel. They'll teach you. You're not going to learn that from whatever it is that you want to learn, you're going to go learn it from some passionate Gen Z person somewhere. And they're going to give you insights and new ideas because they're just super passionate and they hustle hard on little things that they're passionate about. They get this world of media and how to actually use it and how to actually learn from it in a way that our generation struggles with, and the way that Gen X and boomers have no concept of. So that's one reason why I don't mind Gen Z that much. But the reason I hate Gen X is because Gen X fell asleep at the wheel. All they did was exactly like you said. The consumerists, they got high. They did all this, they just did whatever the fuck they wanted, completely hedonist. They let the boomers ruin the fucking economy and give us all the socialism, all that shit. And us millennials, I turned into an adult during Occupy Wall Street, and I've been trying to learn and fight against all of this bullshit that was put on our laps since then. And then all of a sudden, out of the middle of nowhere, fucking gays against groomers popped up. And all of a sudden, every Gen X on Facebook was like, hold on, the adults are back in the room and we're going to tell you how to fucking do politics. Let me tell you, back in my day when I drank water out of the hose and kids got beat if they ran their fucking mouth, that's your problem. You're not getting beat enough. If only we start hitting the kids, things will be good again. And it's like, dude, I love that you're passionate about fixing a broken system that you let break, but us millennials might be younger than you, but we've been fighting this fight and reading the books and learning this shit for 20 years while you've been doing nothing. So please have some humility. And they're like, humility? What the fuck is that? You dumb millennial kids. Shut up. The adults are back. And it's that's why I hate Gen X so much, is that they just constantly come in and they're like, we're going to tell you how it is, you dumb kids. And it's like, they collectively have no fucking concept of what's going on. And they're just ready to fight. And it's like, that's why we have MAGA. That's why we have MAGA, because a bunch of Gen X retards are like, we need a bull in a china shop. And it's like, you don't know anything. And they're like, I heard tariffs are good. Fucking dude,
tariffs. Oh my god, don't get me started.
It's just whatever the new policy is of the day. They're like, fucking due process for illegal immigrants. What the fuck is due process? They're gang members. And it's like, how do you prove that? And then they're like, by knowing. And it's just like, oh my fucking god, you guys are.
The bandwagoning's very irritating. I will say
Brother.
though that Gen X does have some of the best movies of any generation.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
And then they talk
Fight
about they're
Club,
like, you
I'm
fucking
Good.
little hippie sissy boys, soy boys, and it's like, you guys invented hair metal. What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
Hair metal.
you
Hey,
guys-
hey.
I'm not saying all hair metal's bad. I'm just saying you coming at us being like, with your blue hair and your nose rings, millennials are so gay. And it's like, you had a whole genre of popular music where people were confused as to whether or not the singers were male or female. Calm the fuck down.
That's based, actually. That is based. You have to admit, that's pretty based, dude. They pioneered. They pioneered the femboy, dude. What else could you want? Holy shit.
You feel me? Like, though, you know what I mean? It's like you're going to talk shit because, like, a couple of our weird guys are now on the internet wearing maid outfits and cat ears, and it's like, that's all our fault, but you somehow get a pass on Twisted Sister
You don't
and
get to
Duran
claim
Duran.
cat boys.
You know what I mean? Like,
you don't get to claim cat boys. That's ours, okay?
You're right. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
talking about
okay,
Gen X
don't-
and talking about everybody, not necessarily Gen X against me.
Don't
or
co-opt the
millennials.
culture here.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to co-opt cat boys.
You-
How
the
screwed is
Zoomer
Gen
gets the
Alpha
cat boy.
scaled 1 to 10? I think Gen Alpha is going to do better than Gen Z and millennials.
Wrong.
I
Gen
do.
Alpha will.
I think skibbity toilet generation is going to be like going to walk around like androids connected to their devices, and they're going to get the chips the moment they're like, we need to put brain chips in people, and Gen Alpha is going to be like, yeah, put the chip in me, and then they're just going to be fucking super smart, unemotive fucking robots. I don't know if they'll breed, and that might be a serious problem, but in terms of the individual success, they're probably going to do really well.
No, they're going to become brainwashed and become transgender. All of them, every single one, and within like 10 years, all of them will have committed suicide, and it'll just be like so over. All right, that's how it goes.
Gen Alpha IQ is lower than all previous generations. I mean, the Flynn effect stopped once devices started giving us answers. Right, the moment, like it started with Gen Z. Obviously, Gen Z is dumber than millennials, and Gen X is dumber. Gen X is dumber than millennials, but that's because they had all the lead poisoning. So millennials are kind of like clearly the smartest generation in terms of IQ. This is not even me. This is not even me trying to have a generational war. This is just true.
Let me look this up. My mind will be blown, dude. You'll blow my little Zoomer mind here. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, are millennials smarter on average?
You got to put higher IQ. Smarter might be a subjective thing.
Yeah, I know. I'll put that in parentheses.
Scott coming out against Gen X about collectivism. We were so individualistic that we didn't care until we got old. I'm 45. I have so much hope for Gen Z and Alpha.
Frankly.
Listen,
I
it's
prefer Gen
less
X
about
over millennials.
Yeah, I could see that. I just hate Gen X. It's like I like some of them. It's really just the hubris of Gen X that gets me.
Yeah.
Like they're here for the fight. They're here for the fight, and I love it, right? But they're lower IQ because of all the lead poisoning. They have been checked out. They weren't fucking like they weren't involved in anything. They let the society collapse, and it's like overwhelmingly they come to the table being like, we're the adults in the room, and it's like, I just want some humility from Gen X is really what I want. I want Gen X that are willing to learn, and Gen X are not willing to learn. They're willing to fight now, but they're not willing to learn anything. They think that they've got it all figured out. And it's like, guys, you presided over the decline. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like you were in power and you did nothing and you let the decline continue. Now, granted, millennials are equally, like, millennials didn't preside over the decline. Millennials helped speed up the decline, right? All the SJWs and the wokies really started with millennials. And like, I got to own that if I'm talking about generations here, right? Like, we were worse than Gen X. But of us that have been like on the right and fighting, or like, the people that have been learning and fighting against the system. It's like Gen X are definitely late to the party and are coming to the table being like, I have all the solutions without any desire to learn.
You're going to get one-shotted by this here. Hold on. According to not only a Quora post, not only a Reddit thread, but also a North Macedonian study, Gen Z
good.
is like 2 IQ points smarter than millennials on average. So, I sure made you eat your hat there, didn't I?
Yeah, the Quora post really got me. I will
too.
Yeah, I will yeah, of course. I'll DM you some studies later when I can go through them. But as someone that went to grad school for counseling, I went during a rabbit hole for a while there where I was like really looking into intelligence research. And there has been a reversing of the Flynn effect that started with Gen Z.
I don't buy it.
It absolutely started with Gen Z because it is like, well, we don't know for sure, right? But the most likely true hypothesis is the introduction of like iPads, iPhones, smartphones, etc., and giving information to people as opposed to people being forced to go out and obtain information and having to think. And millennials are the last generation that had that. We're the last generation that had to go out and, like, if we really wanted to know something, we had to go to the library. And then, like, the second half of millennials started going into that period where you could just Google it or you could just ask Jeeves it, right?
Right.
And in your generation was like the first generation that would just be like, hey Siri, and then you would just immediately have the information as opposed to have to actually think it through. And so that is why the reversing of the Flynn effect has occurred.
Right.
And it is started with Gen Z.
I hear your argument, and I raise you this, right? If millennials are so smart, then why are they all retarded? You ever consider that?
Well, so that's the difference between intelligence and wisdom, right? I think Gen Z has more wisdom. I genuinely believe that Gen Z has more wisdom than millennials. I think Gen Z, having grown up in this world where like there are no guardrails and there are no rules and information and everything is available, and then they kind of were able to see millennials fail into that trap of like, just go to college and you'll be fine. And like you guys grew up seeing the world, like our economy you grew up seeing the cracks in the economy. We were like already adults that were supposed to be functioning when the cracks in the economy became obvious, right? Or when the cracks in our culture became obvious.
More free access to information, really. Like at the younger age, you can start to identify patterns.
For sure. And then also just the fact that like things became more obvious with each generation, right? So like when we were growing up, things weren't so obvious and there wasn't alternative media. Like we didn't grow up with alternative media. We grew up with CNN, MSNBC, NBC, Time Magazine, Washington. Like that's all we had.
Fox News, though.
There was no like YouTube news channel. Like when I was a kid, YouTube was cat videos.
News.
We had Fox News, right? When I was a kid, you know what? YouTube was cat videos and the Iraq War. Like that's what was YouTube. It was GoPro videos of Marines blowing people up and then doing like banana dance. I'm a banana, look at me move. Like fucking dancing in front of like an Iraqi soldier whose head they just blew up. And like cat videos. This is fucking the Wild West days of YouTube, right? And like there wasn't like, oh, I'm a conservative outlet journalist. Like that shit didn't really happen until we were already kind of like older. Right. And so like, yes, I do think Gen Z is better at hustling, better at navigating this new world, and like and just more wise in that general. But in terms of IQ, no, like Gen Z take the cake. Sorry, millennials take the cake. Boomers have lead poisoning. Man. They should have been better. Gen X has lead poisoning. They should have been better than boomers. But like we just had unleaded gasoline while their mothers were pregnant and while they were like developing their brains. We had an atmosphere that was just full of lead. And that's why crime spiked in the 1990s and then immediately starts going down in the 90s because like 18 years previous to that is when we started like getting rid of leaded gasoline and like everything being painted with a lead-based paint and shit like that, and like, you know, like lead toys with like a coat of lead-based paint, and then we just like give it to a kid to chew on. You know, like that's what Gen X had. You know, right? So it's like, so yeah, and Gen Alpha are appear to be worse than Gen Z, but it's a little young to get an accurate representation of the IQ of Gen Alpha.
That's true. And I will say, you got to be careful with the generational kind of like lens of viewing things. Because if you go too far, you may fall into the camp of someone like Rudyard Lynch. Are you familiar with Mr. What If Autist?
No, I've never heard of him.
Are you not? Okay. This is the only guy who I've made 2 videos on. He is an extraordinary schizo. He's actually probably, like, he's decently libertarian, alright? Like,
is it what if all this?
Altist, right? As in ALTHIST, like alternate history.
Okay, I see. What if all hist, but not alt-hist?
Yeah, it's alt-hist. All one word, too.
Oh, alt-hist. Okay, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. I'm just stupid.
When the first nuclear
I've made,
bomb...
like, 2 videos on this guy, if you go to my channel.
708K subscribers. All right.
Dude, he's huge, but he's, like, so schizophrenic. Oh, my God. And he has, like, this worldview of, like, these, like, generational battles between, you know, like, the based Zoomers and, like, the evil, insidious Boomers and whatnot, right? Like, it's this fucking awesome narrative he spins. It's so goofy, dude.
Yeah, I listen, like, obviously generalizations are only so helpful, but you have to have them if you want to have a meta narrative of like what happened.
Hold on. I have to send you a video, dude. If you could like play this on the fucking, like, this is one of his videos.
We'll do it. Okay, send it to me. Send it to me. Are you sending it over Discord or?
I can, like, what would you prefer? What would be easier?
Just send it to me and tell me where you're sending it to me instead of having a conversation about it.
Okay, wise guy. I'll send it over to Discord in a second.
You know, like, I don't care. Just
it's called the Incel Revolution. Hold on.
Oh God.
Dude, it's so good. It's so good, bro. Like, there's one scene in particular I need you to watch. Yeah. It's so kino. Hold on. Okay, let me find Okay. Okay. Shooting at you over Discord now.
Okay.
I'll just put it in general, all right, in your server.
Oh, just fucking okay. Now, okay, just fucking.
Yeah.
It.
You gotta work for this one. Skip to 440 in screencast, dude. You're gonna fucking love this, dude. This is this is a certified gemerald.
Okay, skip to 440. Okay, hold on, let me pull up my
440.
Hold on, let me.
Dude.
All right.
I hope Chad is ready for this. This is so good.
This topic is one of the most taboo resolution.
We're gonna go to 4 minutes because that's where it starts to peak up. Let's go into it. All right.
Probably the most important thing in human life. Thus, we get very wrapped up in it. You will probably have a lot of emotions watching this video, and that's normal. But you need to take a deep breath, think about what I'm actually saying, not what it seems like I'm saying.
Okay, can I say this? He sounds like an incel.
Dude, he shows a picture. Dude, just wait. In like 20 seconds, he'll show a picture of himself, and like, oh my God, dude, it's fucking. Dude, I love this guy so much.
Saying and whether or not it's true.
I'm experiencing Gen Z culture, guys. Let's go.
Whenever anyone brings up this topic, they get immediately called an incel. First of all, as you'll get...
Can we just say for the record, listen, this is how I react to things. Don't get mad at me. It's a stream of consciousness here. This is what's happening. Incel has become, like, I am so fucking sick of the way that the 24, like the meme culture, the online culture, just abuses the fuck out of a word until it gets destroyed in like a 6-month period. Like a new word comes out to describe a thing, and then it eventually becomes a meaningless word that describes everything. Like incel, for example, it meant involuntary celibate. It meant people that were incapable of having sex no matter how hard they tried, unless they paid a prostitute to have sex with them. And even then, they might end up having to pay more than the average person. And now incel just means anyone against feminism. That's what it means. Anyone against the modern woman, feminism, leftism. Like, you were just like, I've had so many people be like, you're a fucking incel piece of shit. And I'm like, I'm a father of 2 children. They're like, fathers can be incels. And I'm like, fucking, what does this word mean then if fathers are incels?
Well,
do you know how much sex I had to have for that to occur? Twice? Like, you know, like, what?
It means you're based in red pilled and like, you know, really cool. Like, that's what I've learned. I don't know. Call me crazy.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, that's the inverse of what I mean when I say anything against. But it's just like, it's the same thing. It's like, what is race? Racist is a meaningless term. Xenophobic is a meaningless term. Every ist is now just a completely meaningless term. And it's like, I don't know that you can just stop that because social media exists, but it really becomes a problem that we don't gatekeep these terms because it normalizes whatever the term was originally intended to disparage.
Well,
right?
The good thing is that,
like when we go ahead.
The good thing is, like, the majority of terms that are over like 3 syllables will never be used in that way and will forever preserve their original meaning.
That's actually pretty smart. I didn't think of it that way, but you're not wrong. Like, if you can come up with a term to describe a group of people and it's a complicated word that black people can't pronounce, then it won't be abused too much.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
To later, this is a terrible argument on any single level. If you said this in
I'm sorry, this dude's voice, any single level.
He claims to not
You
be
know that-
autistic at all, dude. Oh
You know
God,
that you know that fucking scene where like the guy goes into the coffee shop and she's like, this is how I talk, and he's like, no, it's a fucking affectation of like teenagers trying to sound cool, like they don't care, and rich people. It's like right. It's like that. It's horrible. I hate this affectation.
later, this is a terrible argument on any single level. If you said this in a debate in a sane society, you'd get laughed out of the room. A further irony is I get this a lot whenever I talk about this topic. You people know nothing about my personal life, and if you did...
You people know nothing.
Dude, this is so... Hold on, dude. Hold on. He tells you how he's actually, like, really, really fucking cool and awesome. And, like, he's just, like... He's like the main character, and you're kind of like you're the small dog, and he's the lion here. All right, you don't understand how it works.
I get so many bitches.
No, dude, just press play.
A lot whenever I talk about this topic. You people know nothing about my personal life, and if you did, you would realize it's absolutely insane to say this about me. People use this photo of me from...
There's a bit by Joe Rogan, right? I know people know about the Joe Rogan podcast. Millennials, we remember him as the comedian turned podcaster, and the Fear Factor guy. We don't think of him as the podcaster so much. Right. But he had a bit about something like this where he was talking about Dr. Phil, and he was like, never take advice about women from a dude you wouldn't want to fuck. It's like stop that. Like if someone is telling you, giving you relationship advice, and you wouldn't want to fuck him, other girls don't want to fuck him either, which means he's probably just a bullshit simp. Like, he's just saying dumb shit to like get pussy. He's just trying to say whatever he can to weasel his way in there. It's you'd have to watch the whole bit, but it's funny. But it's true. Like, don't take advice on women from dudes that look like they don't. Like, don't take advice on women from me. Okay, guys? And I look better than that.
it's
high school tomorrow.
All right, go ahead. I'll go.
It's absolutely insane to say.
What the fuck does that mean? Can someone explain to me what kino means?
It's like cinema, dude. It's like phenomenal. It means like it's like a gem, polished, slow burn.
I need the etymology to understand it. I need the etymology. Like, where does that come from?
I believe it comes from the Shardy, but don't quote me on that.
There's another thing you need to explain to me.
Well, you don't know what the Shardy is, dude? The Buru?
I hate Gen Z so much. Oh, it's just cinema, but with a K because it comes from the Greek word, which means movement or motion. Which is where cinematography comes
Popularized
from.
by the Shardy.
But you guys just changed it to Kino instead of cinema.
Well, you don't understand the layers of meta irony involved here.
No, what do you mean I don't understand the layers of meta? It's not that complicated. It's just you guys changed the first letter back to what it was in Greek.
No, what you got to do is you got to go on the Soy Jack wiki and look up Kino there, and it'll help you learn a little bit more about it.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy.
Say this about me. People use this photo of me from high school to mock me, but I also used to look like this when I was in better shape.
And by the way, he hired. I looked into this for a video. He hired professional photographers for these shots to try and make himself look as cute and cool as possible.
I mean, look. He doesn't look bad there. He just looks homosexual. He actually looks pretty good there. He looks like he pulls at the gay bar.
These are the best you'll ever look.
I mean, the one on the right. The one on the left looks like a fucking. The one on the left looks like a guy at a feminist protest event that is trying to get laid. The one on the right just looks like a gay man. You know what I mean? Like a man that doesn't own a sailboat but gets invited onto the sailboat because he's sucking the old guy's dick who owns the sailboat.
Of course. So if you ever find the time, I made a video, the second video I made on the second coming of What If Autist, right? Where
is this it? Is this all you wanted to show me? Was this?
It goes on for.
He hasn't made an argument, so let me hear the argument. Whatever argument it is that he's really prepping up, this argument that when to say anything against this argument would be crazy. You don't know anything about me.
He has to preempt it by saying he's not an incel. All right.
But here's the thing. Seeing this photo, it makes sense that he's making the woman who wants to settle down version of telling her story, right? You don't know my story. You don't know what I've been through and what I've seen. I'm different now. I know past your games.
Right.
But now I look like this. Well, I've been on keto for over a month to get into better shape.
You should have stopped while you were ahead.
Yeah, no kidding.
This is bad. This is bad. This is a bad photo.
Well, you don't understand, dude. He's not an incel. This is him proving it to you. Keep playing the clip. Come on.
This guy could get laid, but this guy could not get laid off of Tinder. This guy could get laid. If this guy cleaned up, right, and I don't know what the fuck he's got going on with why he's still hanging on to this no hair on the cheeks, chin strap / neck beard thing, right? I don't understand why he's still holding on to that. It's fucking he sounds like he's gonna go listen to German techno at the club in 1996 with this set of facial hair he's got going on. But if he cleaned up, this guy would be fine. But he wouldn't do well on Tinder. But you know what I mean? You have to be 6'10" with a six pack and own a fucking tech startup and be 22 with a 14-inch penis to clean up on Tinder these days. If he went out into the world, he'd be all right. Keto ate my eyebrows is a comment. Someone fucking Slinzer says keto ate my eyebrows. That's fucking mean. You guys are horrible.
Shape now. There is a barrier between YouTubers and their audience for obvious reasons, which means you guys really know very little about me. I know me doing this here is incredibly petty, but the thing is I'm responding to something even more petty, and I need to debunk this line of argument since otherwise it will clog up the entire discourse around this video. If you're a decent person watching this, I apologize. A lot of people think I'm some nerd dwelling in my...
He just keeps going.
Parents' basement, but this channel is actually a pretty complex business that I make decent money off, where this is my full-time job. I have a team which works for me, I live in my own house, I make over 6 figures a year, I drive an Audi, and I'm 6'4".
I drive an Audi? Fucking, that's your flex right now, bro? Like it's
Dude, he's
you know what it's
badass. You
getting?
don't understand, bro.
Have you seen that Andrew Tate video where they fly a drone and he's got a wad of cash on the table and a bunch of like crappy watches and he's like shirtless with his little short shorts with his dick like up underneath him for some reason, and he like hits the fucking hookah and takes a sip of tea and then blows out the hookah as the fucking drone flies by. It's like it's giving that same vibe of like, believe how awesome and masculine I am by seeing the luxury, but it's like the cheap version of that by saying I drive an Audi. Like,
Can't even
dog,
afford the drone. Yeah.
an Audi is just like, yeah, it's a high-end car, but it's not like a fucking McLaren. Like, it's just a decent entry-level luxury brand. Like, who
I don't mean to brag,
cares?
guys.
Also,
I drive
the
a
whole,
Mercedes. All right.
right? Like, also in today's day and age, the car you drive really isn't that powerful anymore because the people that are having a lot of sex are hooking up on like online. So they like, maybe it's the car you take a photo in front of, but like the car is like this massive symbol of wealth is something of like a bygone era where you used to pick up chicks in your car. I can tell by your voice and how you look. You don't pick up chicks in your car. Like you stay inside and make YouTube videos, and that's okay.
You don't know that, dude.
Just be
You don't
who
know
you
him.
are. I don't know him. You're right.
dude.
You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know his story.
Yeah.
Tall. I have a large social network, have founded 8 different social clubs, including one for
Holy fuck, bro. This have you seen What We Do in the Shadows?
Is that like a fucking movie or something?
It's a movie, and then it became a television show on FX.
Yep.
It's a bunch of New Zealanders, and then like I think it's directed by like Taika Waititi or however the fuck you say his name. But or maybe he's just an actor in it at some point. But it's the people in like from like one of the actors in the film is the guy from like Flight of the Conchords. It's a bunch of New Zealand people, and they're vampires, and it's a comedy because they're just really bad at being vampires and they're really stupid. And one of the familiars, this like fat gay like Latino who's descended from the Van Helsings and is also their familiar, he goes out to try and find virgins, and one of the ways, because they love virginal blood,
right.
So he goes to like a LARPing event so that he can find virgins, and like that's the energy this is giving, that like a vampire familiar would go here to find virgins. To be fair, these 3 people look very physically attractive. This guy really should be cropped out of the photo, whoever that is. Is that him? Wait a minute, that's him. Hold on. Oh, fuck. I didn't even notice. The guy that I'm like is definitely a virgin in this group is the guy talking about. He found a photo of like top hats and swords of like 3 people that like, look at this girl is just a nerd having fun who's third wheeling her friend who's fucking this guy. And he's there to distract so that these 2 can hook up. Like he is just having fun with this girl who's just having fun with her friend in the social club. This guy is getting none, and this guy is pulling, and he's pulling her. This guy is the incel wingman in this photo that is distracting the blonde.
Every second this like clip goes, this is my this is my favorite clip, dude. I'm telling you.
It's beautiful. I'm so happy you showed this to me. Guys, we're not getting to anything else. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 when I close stream myself. We're not getting to anything because we're going through this. What is this, Kino? This is Kino, right? This is
Kino.
absolute
This is
cinema.
Kino.
This is amazing.
for professional influencers at one point. I'm pretty satisfied with my romantic.
I'm satisfied with my romantic. I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is that you have a dirty, fucked up mattress with gray sheets, which bitches hate, and no real lamp in your room because you have this side lamp that just shines light up. Like this is a room that a woman would not go into, or at the very least would be disappointed once she got there. But you think that you're flexing because it has a map and then it has a bunch of books that you may or may not have read. Ooh, this is beautifully. It's every photo he is showing is proving the exact opposite of his words.
It's so good.
It's almost like it's almost like this is the Gen Z humor that you were talking about, the layers of irony. He just keeps going on about how much he pulls bitches and he's great and he's not an incel. And every photo is him showing the most incel shit ever. He's like, what do you mean? There's no stains from the 12-hour Gooner sesh, so it must be a good mattress. Bitches love this.
Options right now, and I'm just not an incel. Again, I apologize for the egregious bragging, but if I don't do this video will just devolve into people calling me a loser without a real argument. The reason I care about this topic is that as a young man, I see this issue hurting my...
What is this stock photo? Why would...
Dude, all of his videos are like edited like this, or just like, it's like a PowerPoint, right?
What is this? This looks like a photo that he literally paid to get rid of the watermark. Like he paid for a subscription to a stock photo service so that he could have this. I need you guys to understand that some of the funds this guy gets from videos that apparently get close to 1 million fucking views are why do the wrong people get famous? What the fuck? I am jealous in that moment. I'll give him that.
That's like the peak of that video in my opinion. So the thing that really
the peak we never got to the argument.
Well, that's the funniest part. The argument's less funny. The argument's, more like just him
What's
saying,
the like to dislike ratio? 33K to 5.3K. Obviously, we don't know what the actual ratio is, but of people that have the app, that's what it's presumed to be.
Yeah. But yeah, so after this, about Christmas time, the last Christmas, right? He posted spontaneously 3 videos on his YouTube account, totaling a total of 10 hours in length, right? In which he gave a autobiography of his entire life and his recent voyages into the spirit world, where he has communed with God, the devil, Odin, multiple other like pagan gods, and how he's actually a mythological savior to save the West from itself. He also admits to various other, dude, I hate to shill, but I did make a video that covers like the peaks of this. Like, if you want to go over that and just like skip to like the clips and stuff, dude, it is.
How long is your video?
It's like 40 minutes total. If you just skip to the clips, though, it'll be much shorter.
No, just give me the video and give it to me now. We're doing this. We're doing this. I want to see the spirit realm with this man.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's so peak, dude. This is the second video I made on the go.
What the fuck, man?
All right.
Oh.
Copy. Here we go.
I had a girlfriend that was a LaVeya Satanist for a while there, and that was scary.
Yeah. Fucking.
I'm very glad I'm not with her.
All right, here we go. That's a.
I had sex with her over her father's grave once. That was wild.
That's I hope you don't believe in ghosts, dude.
Yeah, dude, I was like, fucking, yeah, I'm probably gonna I'm gonna die, and he's gonna be there and be like, "That was funny, huh?"
Laughing.
And be like, "Oh, what the fuck, man."
Posted the link in general.
Okay, let me find it. We're gonna watch this, at least some of it.
Finally, all done with this artist. I can get on with my life now. I think I'm going to... What's this, a new video from Rudyard?
I've been using my intuitive alchemical symbolism when I was stoned as a way to fight the left.
Oh my god, this isn't over. I'm gonna have to make another video.
Hey, don't copyright strike me.
Well, everyone, something of not just global importance, but interdimensional importance is just apt.
Someone please explain to me why fucking every ANCAP content creator has to do this fucking synth wave.
I have to do it, dude. I have to do it.
Why? What is it with all of it? It's like I'm the only one. I'm the only one that doesn't add my voice over this fucking like digital Tron shit. Like what?
Because it's Kino, dude. You don't understand.
It's like some in-group thing that lets all of the fucking Gen Z and Cap libertarians be like, he's one of us.
Dude, you don't understand.
Because Mentis does? Is that really all it is? Is it just Mentis Wave did it and so now everyone else followed? I don't know if that's true.
He might be an inspiration. I don't know.
Dude, I think Mentis Wave is like, I don't want to talk shit. I like Mentis Wave. He comments on my shit. He fucking follows me on Twitter and retweets himself making comments underneath me that agree with me, but also ratio me somehow. But I'm not trying to talk shit.
Right.
I feel like Mentis Wave can't come on a live stream and doesn't want to tell me. Cause I'll keep asking him, like, hey, we should come on a live stream sometime. And be like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then he'll disappear. And then I'll be like, hey, you free Tuesday? And he'll be like, I can't Tuesday, but maybe. And then he'll disappear.
He doesn't do live
and he's done that to me so many times that I think he's just hoping that I'll get the message that he does not do that without telling me. And I wish he would tell me. I stopped DMing him. I'm respecting what I think is him trying to let me know that he doesn't want to talk on a live stream. I don't know. I just think maybe he's like, dude, I do videos. I don't do live stream. We're not about that. But
I've seen him do one live stream in the entirety of the time I've watched him, I think.
Shane Killian doesn't have the synth wave. True. But I'm just saying, it's a lot of people have it.
Happened. A warrior god has been chosen. A prophet, if you will. Aren't we lucky? I was hoping to have been done with all this, but it seems my hopes were dashed. A few days after I posted my own video, Mr. Rudyard William Lynch decided to upload a 10-hour video autobiography, where he appears to have a schizophrenic manic episode, which he has since deleted. I thought
That's not an exaggeration, by the way.
I know, but I get weird about I don't know. I get weird and gatekeepy about mental disorders because people just use words that are similar with crazy and then they just say it. And it's
I think he's
that's not how
legitimately
that works.
schizophrenic, dude. I think he's legitimately schizophrenic.
Maybe.
I thought he was the king of the autistics, but perhaps he has abdicated the throne. He has become the king of mankind. He leads all of us mortals to salvation, you see. Rudyard has informed us that he has spoken to God and must form a new religion. Now, I have watched all 10 hours of this.
Can we just be happy that God isn't telling him to murder people like a demon dog or some shit? Can we just be happy that he's the type that thinks that he's the savior of humanity and that he's not an incel, as opposed to the type that's I have to kill the whores? You know what I mean? Can we just if he is,
or either this way or with a mass shooting, ended one of them, right? Yeah,
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I'm glad he's not that type of schizo.
Yeah.
It's bizarre, it's strange, it's disturbing. It's also extraordinarily hilarious. This is one of the funniest things to ever grace a platform. I'd put it in the same category as videos from Hunter Biden's laptop. Yeah, it's immoral and fucked up and self-destructive or whatever, but it's also objectively really, really funny and deserves to be laughed at and ridiculed. Now,
have you seen all the photos from Hunter Biden's laptop?
I've seen a whole lot of them.
I've seen the ones that were released, and then I've seen the ones on darker parts of the internet, right? I've seen the one that is definitely his then 14-year-old niece giving him a foot job. And I was like, oh, and as a father I was like, I'm just going to look at these and see for myself. And then I saw for myself, and I was like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I didn't tell you guys this. I didn't do a stream because of that. I don't remember when it was exactly when I saw it, but I was planning on doing a stream, and then I saw the actual video, the actual pictures, not the edited, uploaded ones, but the unedited ones. And then as a father, it kind of broke me for the day and was I can't go live with my current mindset. I'm too fucked up from seeing him raping his 14-year-old niece and getting her on drugs and he brought she brought friends over, right? So he's having he's fucking her friends with them and things I was like, yeah, it's funny when you only see the ones that get reposted on Twitter. When you see all of the ones, it's actually not fucking funny at all. It's really fucked up and dark. It's
comedically evil almost, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's because it's filtered through social media that has rules against many of the photos that exist that it kind of becomes funny because the story that gets told is he's got a big hog and he does drugs, as opposed to he rapes his niece after and gets her mother, who is the former wife of his late brother, hooked on drugs and leaves drug paraphernalia in their car and leaves a gun for the kids to find and is so far gone out on drugs that he's just leaving drug paraphernalia and guns in the car that she shares after she's gotten clean, and that's why he's not allowed to see the family members.
Although that is kind of standard operating procedure for Democrats at this point. You can kind of assume some of these things.
No. They fuck sex trafficked kids, not their own kids in their family.
Okay.
That's too easy to link.
They need the degrees of separation. All right.
You got
I
it.
see.
Now, first things first, why did bro make an autobiography at 23 years old? Waste of time. Is he planning on killing himself or something?
He's 23.
No, he better not. I really don't want to have to make a third video on the asshole. I'd like to take credit for this meltdown, but it seems to me that this has been in the works for a while. He's been teasing it for a minute now, posting cryptic tweets and whatnot about occultist mysticism, although nobody expected anything this bizarre. This is obviously going to be a much longer video than I usually make, but it's still a fraction of the size of the schizophrenic ramblings he dropped for us on Christmas. Frankly, I'm taking a great risk by posting this. He might see this as a challenge to his honor and use his psychic Irish honor bloodline powers to banish me to the hellfires of the spirit realm for the rest of time immemorial. The things your boy Tax Brass does for you guys, it's insane. And still, most of my viewers aren't subscribed. I hope Rudyard smites you, frankly.
Fuck you. Fuck you with this. Most of my viewers are unsubscribed shit. Do you know what that means,
true,
asshole?
Bro.
Do you know what that means, asshole?
Did you tell? I'm getting exposure. Ooh.
It means that you're going out into the algorithm.
Yeah.
Like 96% of my viewers are subscribed. And the reason is because YouTube does not show any of my videos or live streams to anyone other than people that are subscribed or people that have already watched me multiple times. Just saying, you should celebrate when most of your I understand that it's this thing YouTubers say to get people to subscribe, right? But it's like when I hear that and they're like, "Did you know that 75% of you are unsubscribed?" And I'm like, "Go fuck yourself, asshole." That means that you're getting shown to a bunch of people that aren't subscribed to your channel. That doesn't happen to me because fucking YouTube buries all my shit. I'm just throwing it's a pet peeve of mine, and I have you here, so now you get to be the focus of my.
I'm on the receiving end.
No, I just when people say that shit, I'm like, you're literally bragging. Like as a YouTuber that doesn't have that quote unquote problem, it literally just feels like you're bragging to me directly. Like my videos go out in the algorithm and yours don't. Ha ha.
Well, let's just say I'm not saying I'm better than you, but
Also, I'm a live streamer, so the difference there is pretty big too, right? Like most people don't get live streams recommended to them unless it's people they already subscribe to.
It's quite rare,
yeah.
Now, these videos come in 3 different tapes, and the tapes get more insane as they progress. I'm gonna call them tapes because this shit already has the vibe of some fucked up Nazi experiments or Soviet sleep project or something. The kind of video you would find in an abandoned bunker somewhere.
I need my roommate Mark to look at these. Because Mark is really Mark was there when I started my channel, right? We started our channel on Twitch, and streamed together, and then he went off to go to chef school and stuff like that. But he used to do serial killer night, right? And do these full detailed things on serial killers, and some of them were fun, some of them not so much. The Werewolf of Wisteria kind of broke me. I fucked up and read the letter that he wrote. That hurt. But that who's also likely the most prolific child rapist ever exists. We think he might have. It's theorized he might have molested over 1,000 children.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, and one of them he chopped up and put her body parts in different parts of the house for a while. Anyways, but he's super into occult shit and things like that, and he knows about Gnostic beliefs and things that I wouldn't pick up on. If he watched these videos, he'd be like, "Oh, I know where that's from." He knows. He'd get a kick out of it.
Hey, speaking of.
Oh, he's in chat. He said, yes, the old Grace Bud letter. He's in chat. I didn't know you had gotten home. The dog is fed and walked. My door's closed. Obviously, I'm not and I have headphones on. I didn't know you were here and you're watching. What's up, brother? Yeah, all right. Well, then fucking Mark might pick up on some shit in chat.
Of Nazis, anyone else notice the guy looks like Himmler? The resemblance is uncanny.
Get that ugly, disabled freak away from me. I don't want to look at his fucked up face. His smushed in, garbled, baby disabled face. I don't want to look at it.
For the record, don't put a Sam Hyde clip in the first 5 minutes of a video unless you want the video to be ad revenue limited. Just a pro tip.
True.
Leave Sam Hyde out, and if it's a short, leave him out of the first 15 seconds. If it's a long form video, leave him out of the first 5 minutes. When you're editing, just something to think about. Like if you put it in the first 5 minutes, it will get demonetized or like ad revenue limited. Just throwing that out there for you. And for anybody in chat.
Let's roll the first tape. The first thing we notice here is that Rudyard has slimmed down a lot over the last few months. I suspect he was actually planning on making this video a lot earlier, but he was too wide to fit in the frame before he lost weight, you see. He really didn't resemble a warrior god, so he had to look smacks a little bit. I understand it, yeah. Now, most of tape 1 is comparatively normal. He's still absolutely insane, but to a lesser degree than in tapes 2 and 3. He's still...
I do love this concept of looking like a warrior so many people have. And it's like, guys, have you seen bodybuilders from the 1950s? Like, they just look like in-shape dudes. Like this, like you guys have been psyoped by Hollywood into thinking that like warriors back then look like Jason Momoa or whatever the fuck his last name is, right? Like, no, they don't look like The Rock. They don't look like these giant jacked dudes. Okay, they were 5'6", and that was tall for their time, and like they had like maybe visible pecs and a gut. Like they, you know what I mean? Like I would be a giant to these people. Just throwing that out there.
Speaking of the first person,
they didn't have creatine and Trin, is all I'm saying. And they didn't have access to meat at the grocery store. Like they ate meat whenever they were able to get it.
What?
Right? Like they were eating a lot of fucking grain and like, you know, fucking whatever they could forage.
I can't believe this.
For this one, which is nice. I can't stress to you all enough.
What's that?
What? I think you're confusing me with the video.
No, I saw your thing light up, but I didn't hear what you were saying. Yeah, it's fine.
I said
you're
I can't
breathing
believe
heavy.
it.
I understand you're an incel and you're just super fat.
That's true.
Unlike me,
Yeah.
and you're just breathing. You don't drive an Audi like this dude. This warrior.
I don't. I'm I dream one day to be like him.
Yeah, of course. I dream one day to have the dreams that he dreams.
Yeah, it's
How
like
insane
I have a
this
really cool bedroom.
If you ever have 10 hours to blow, you can find the re-uploads on the Internet Archive. It's a trip. At one point, he informs us that he's triggered by ceiling fans. There's a lot of strange shit here. It's all very fascinating in a morbid sort of way.
Vikings were considered tall as fuck, and on average, they were 5'10". I don't buy that they were 5'10". I buy that they were taller than the average person, but the idea that their average height is 5'10", that's like the average height of white people today. It's not possible. I just don't buy that at all because they were malnutrition and like a lot of their kids were dying. Like they were probably like 5'8", 5'7", when everyone else was like 5'4". Go to a Civil War museum. If you live in America, just go to your nearest Civil War museum and look
Even
at
a World War II museum, by the way.
Yeah, even a World War II museum, but Civil War is better. And just go look at the uniforms of like Union and Confederate soldiers, and they look like uniforms for middle school children. Right. Yeah. They don't even like your average person in the Civil War did not come up to my nipple. Okay, like Abraham Lincoln was like 6'2" or some shit. How tall was Abraham? Was he 6'4"?
I think like 6'4". Yeah, and he was like a giant back then.
Yeah. Two things. Abraham Lincoln had Marfan's disease, very similar to what I have, so it's probably why he was super tall. But also, he had to have a bed specially made for him because of how tall he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was 6'4". He had to have like special clothes and tailors and beds and things made for him. And when you see the photos of him just towering over people, he's just like he's 2 inches shorter than the average NBA player, and he's freakishly fucking tall for his time.
Right.
Like it's a thing that everyone is like, he towered over me, right? Because all the dudes there were like 5'3", 5'4". Like, so the idea that Vikings were 5'10" based off of what? Some priests that were scared of the demons coming from the ships that were there to destroy Christianity, riding the winds, and you can hear the howls of Satan, you know, strengthening their sails. But we're supposed to trust that they were super scientific
we have, like,
with the way that they fucking measured.
I don't know.
That's like 6'8" in today's height, maybe. Yeah, probably more like 6'10" in today's height, to be honest.
one sort of starts like a more retarded version
But also, you could be right, and I'm just full of shit, and I'm live streaming, and I like talking shit.
of the Tucker Carlson Putin interview, where Ruddier just dives into the past 1,000 years of his family's history. Really important backstory to know, you know? He informs us that the Lynch family has a long-standing tradition of honor, with each male expected to choose an impossible battle. Like his grandfather, for example, whose impossible battle was the obliteration of leftist thought. I guess it was impossible because he failed, clearly. I wish he had succeeded. Would have been nice to not have retarded socialists walking around. Alas. After the history lesson, he then goes into detail about his parents, which gives us gems like this.
And my father had crippling mercury poisoning when he inseminated me.
His family was evidently quite wealthy.
There's no context that makes that seem cool.
Yeah, he meant to say when, like, you know, he was conceived.
I am the chosen one child god of Madame Curie and my father who defeats leftism.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's rough.
Bruh, Jordan Peterson is now saying on Zitter, fucking, I hate that you fucking brought that into my chat.
It's true, dude. Everyone says it.
That woke right people are dark triad. That sounds perfectly reasonable to me. Yeah, like it seems perfectly reasonable that people that are on the woke right are more likely to have dark triad. Okay, I was mistaken. In my units, it is 5.7.
They had between a 10 and 15.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that the Vikings were taller than traditional Europeans at 5'7" on average. That sounds about right. What is woke right? Woke right is leftist philosophy, conservative values. That's it. It's just, you know, fascism is like that, right? Classical fascism is like that. And then the people today that are like, want to utilize authoritarianism in the state to force, you know, through the state, their cultural values onto people, and want to engage in the same tactics and the same concept. They're anti-capitalist. That's it. It's just leftist philosophy that is, housed in people that have right-wing cultural values.
What a theocrat.
Socialism for white people. The problem with that is that, like, the fucking lefty socialists are white people too, man. Fabian, we are woke right according to these people. Lindsay called out Hoppe explicitly. Yeah, James Lindsay, here's the problem with James Lindsay. It's very simple. Is that James Lindsay got famous for reading Marxist literature and exposing the philosophy compared to his standing position of liberalism. And he was really good at it, and he was able to communicate them to normal people, and people loved him for it because people were sick of leftism. And then that grift, it's not a grift, like it was good content and it was a good work that he was doing. But like that place became, I'm trying to think of the word, oversaturated. That market of like, people that are able to communicate leftist philosophy and ideas and problems to normies on the right became a thing that like a whole bunch of grifters showed up for and a whole bunch of other people got famous for. So instead of being like a pioneer along with like the other people he did the grievance studies with and shit, he's just one of 1,000. And he could not handle it. And so he was like, I'll do the same tactic against the right. Except the left already hates him, and the left hates liberals. Okay, like liberals get the bullet too is a common thing you'll see in graffiti from like leftist protests and stuff. So basically, he went from I'm attacking this group and exposing their philosophy to the right, and the right was like, "Thank you, based, awesome, we appreciate that for you communicating this crazy shit to us." And then he's like, "Now I'm going to do it to you guys." And he did it with an ego, and he's like constantly cryptic and doesn't like to explain his shit because he's like, you figure it out. I gave you the tools. If you just follow me more, you'll have more of the tools. And so he's just beautifully crashing and burning because he doesn't get, I guess, or he doesn't quite understand that like the tactics he used to expose the left as a liberal for the right is not going to work in the opposite direction because the left hates him and they hate liberals too. And like nobody cares. And the right doesn't like the microscope being used against them.
Yeah.
I'll play. I thought Tax Brass was gonna say something there.
No, I'm a quiet sort of guy, you know. I like to keep to myself. I'm really shy, you know.
You just try not to get attacked by fucking James. I would love for him to attack.
I'm cowering in fear.
Well, it's just like half my content is debates, so like I invite the hate from larger content creators. It's like, cool, give me a platform by being mad at me. Awesome.
I don't know him super duper well, so you know.
That's fair. I mean, his bullet points videos are still great. Like James Lindsay's content in terms of like his YouTube videos of like trying to understand left-wing philosophy, they're hyperbolic, but they're still good. But yeah, trying to do that shit, like he's just like, he can't stop crashing out. It's bad.
$15 million net worth, apparently. He makes it clear that he adores his father, who comes off to me as a well-meaning but severely autistic fellow, and that he despises his mother, who he says is a witch, who would rape him and then have conversations with a devil.
What the fuck, bro? Yo, this guy is the gift that keeps on giving. Holy shit, he's like herpes. Oh.
Devil. Of course, Rudyard says that
he's totally not an incel, and he totally views women objectively. All right, he just also thinks that his mother is a witch rapist.
Also has conversations with the devil, so he just seems like a pleasant person to chat with, frankly. Rudyard tells us that his childhood was marked by significant turmoil, particularly due to the bad relationship between his parents. He says that his mother struggled with mental health issues and often subjected him to emotional and psychological abuse. This environment apparently led to chaotic upbringing, with Rudyard moving frequently and experiencing instability. The conflict between his parents culminated in a long, gay custody battle, with Rudyard caught in the middle. You know, he kept asking the city council to give him to his father, but they chose to let his mom keep custody so that she could just keep raping him. Jokes aside, a lot of this is incredibly sad. Custody battles suck. Divorce is a really sad thing. It gets darker too, and I'm gonna keep making jokes at his expense, because this is objectively much more funny than it is sad, but keep in mind that the guy is technically still a human being and whatnot. Just barely, but a human is a human. He does deserve some of our sympathy. It does bear saying at this point, though, that he lies repeatedly in his 10-hour autobiography, so I don't trust his perspective on things here. And wouldn't be surprised if he's lying to make his position look better or appear more sympathetic or whatnot. He definitely did suffer, but the specifics get blurry. You can't take his words at face value. He's not a reliable narrator. Anyway, he starts talking about his schooling and whatnot.
I mean, I knew that the moment he was like, I'm not an incel. Check out my dope-ass room. And it was just sweaty, dirty, gray sheets and a lamp, like a desk lamp, pointed upwards to give light into a room.
I mean, just by the fact that you feel the need to upload a 10-hour video autobiography, you're probably not the most reliable speaker out there.
His way of speaking is really funny. He sounds surprised by whatever it is that's coming out of his mouth. I was friends with this Chinese guy. That's another thing. He has a habit of making sure he mentions the ethnic group of every person he's talking about. He can't mention someone without also mentioning whether they're Peruvian or German or Chinese or whatever. I swear to God, watching these videos, anytime he mentions a person, he also mentions their genetic makeup. He also says his school was made up entirely of half Chinese people and the rest just gays.
My school was mostly gay and Chinese people.
And he's not Chinese, so... Nah, I'm just kidding. He's not a homo. You'll see why later. He also says Chinese people are all shifty and can't be trusted and whatnot because of their culture or whatever. He follows this by...
Yo, my great-grandma felt the same way. My great-grandma hated fucking Asian people, and it was so weird because she was super pro-black and pro-gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, she was super pro-black, super pro-gay, and I asked her one time, I was like, why do you hate fucking, what's going on here, right? I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
And she said that, like, she remembered when World War II ended, and, like, for a very short period of time, like, black people, white people, different ethnicities were, like, hugging in the streets and, like, kissing each other, and, like, it was all love because the war was finally over. And then, like, all that racism came back, and she was like, well, we were all Americans. It didn't make sense then. But I'm like, well, what about Asian people? And she's like, they don't have Christ and they're godless people. Do you know what kamikaze even is? Like, these people cannot be trusted. This is like, yeah. Like, she loved Obama and she loved gay people, but like Asian, she had an extreme distrust towards these shifty, evil people. She's like, they worship their ancestors. That's crazy.
How did she feel about Muslims?
I don't remember. Sorry.
Swearing a blood oath of loyalty to Texas, the state, because they have honor, you see. He declares fealty to them, declaring that if they ever need him to die in battle for their wonderful state, he'll be more than willing to do so. Towards the end of the video, after spending most of it talking about his family and upbringing, he informs us of his trips to the spirit world. You see, Rudyard has been doing drugs.
Okay, putting in the X-Files music, tuned slightly differently, was a great choice by you. I want you to know that That was Chef's Kiss. I appreciate that in the editing. I don't like the fucking video synth shit because it's just like a pet peeve of mine. But that putting in that music right at that moment was great. Secondly, I've seen pictures where he's, putting on social events and he's clearly practicing the blade. So I believe in him when he says that he's willing to fight and die for Texas.
There are more videos like that. Dude, he posts pictures of himself showing off his awesome fucking kit with his cool ass rifle and shit. And in every single picture where he's showing off whatever weapons he has, he makes sure to include a short sword because it's very practical in current, modern day combat.
Yeah, for sure. If you go to the UK, it's a good weapon. To be fair,
unless it's a ninja sword, you can't do a ninja sword there.
That's true. You can't do ninja swords or pointed kitchen knives.
Yeah. Unless you're Muslim.
Extremely hard.
Unless you're Muslim. Then you just need to take it to your local mosque, which is not an armory, we've been told, because reasons.
Yeah.
Dude, what is happening in the UK? What is happening in Europe? I have to be careful. I'm on YouTube. I am genuinely shocked. I'm not justifying or saying one ought do this. I'm simply saying I'm shocked that people haven't started murdering politicians just indiscriminately in Europe. It's I am genuinely surprised by how pacified the average European is. Just every day I read something and I'm like, what? I saw this post where it's a woman that's a Nazi, right? And they showed a picture of her doing a Hitler salute. And she said horrible Nazi racist things, so she's going to jail for a year in Spain. And then I was like, oh, let me look into the story a little more. And it's the picture that the media is using is her singing praise music at a church. So her hand is up in praise. It's not a Nazi rally. It's just her at church with her hand up to the sky singing praise music. And the horrible Nazi hate crime thing that she's saying is that Spain is a Christian country, not a Muslim country. I don't understand what's happening. That's it.
They really need to get just free speech at a bare minimum would be really nice to have for Europe.
And I'm just forgive me for not being too much of a history buff, but I tend to remember this thing called the Reconquista, right? Where you had to take over Spain again because the Muslims invaded and you had to recapture it. And that's kind of what started the Crusades, right? Was proving that you are a Christian nation and taking back your land from the caliphate. So what she said is just true, both historically and culturally. She just said a regular milquetoast true thing whilst being while being at a Christian service, and she's going to jail for a year. And I see stories like that every day where it's just troubled youths get parole for gang raping girl to death, but woman who said this is bad goes to jail. And it's that's a common story. Right? I'm not giving you details because that's happened a dozen fucking times. And I'm just I'm not saying you should. Again, I'm not saying you ought to do this, but it's wild to me that nobody has assassinated some politicians for this. It's crazy to me.
Don't kill people.
Yeah, I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just saying it's crazy. You have a country with millions of people in them, and there's not one schizo warrior like this guy that just fucking is now's my time. Not one. That's crazy.
If Rudyard Lynch was in the UK right now, he would be saving the West, all right? He'd be
saving the West, but not really, because we don't support or condone murdering politicians, YouTube. I'm just saying it's crazy that it hasn't happened.
I don't support or condone Rudyard Lynch, all right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Hard drugs, hallucinogens. These are probably what caused his manic episode. Now, to begin, he insists that people should emulate him and contract an Amazonian shaman.
Dog, I have done a lot of hard drugs. I've done all the drugs. I didn't turn out like this. Don't you dare blame the drugs on this. All right.
Have you done ayahuasca?
No, but I have done DMT several times. I've done like 2CB, 2CE, 2CI. I've done like those horse tranquilizers with cocaine. I've done salvia only once. I didn't like it. Done a lot of LSD, both microdosing and doing like, I did a strip of LSD once. Done mushrooms. I did a lot of fucking drugs before I went to the army. And I lied a lot when I went to MEPS. Have you done any drugs? Like, what? No. What are you talking about? Fucking drugs. What? Who does that? Like, that's gross. I'm here to serve my country.
You lied at MEPS? Oh my God, I'm
Have you
shocked.
done Jankum in Zambia? No, I haven't. I've never done Jankum anywhere, much less in Zambia.
Well, he did.
DMT is awesome. Trank is wild. Yeah, well, the horse tranquilizers cause you to hallucinate, but they knock you out, so you have to do an upper with them to get the effect. Right? So, like, you have to do, like, a horse tranquilizer, like, with cocaine. Or, like, Molly that is, like, made with cocaine. Right? Something like that you can combine. Doing Molly and a horse tranquilizer together is like, you would not recommend. You just kind of go away. Because your brain's too gone at that point. It's not fun. LSD's great, dude. LSD's wonderful. I support doing LSD. With friends, with someone that can fucking keep you from going crazy, okay? Don't do LSD by yourself or some shit. You know what I mean? Do it with people that are experienced. Probably should do mushrooms, do psilocybin before you do LSD, because LSD is like an 8-hour trip. So, like, make sure you're the type of person that can handle a trip before you do LSD. But LSD's awesome. I think drugs should be legal. I mean, ANCAP. What do you mean? Of course I think drugs should be legal. I don't think people should be doing fucking LSD everywhere or anything. Like, I think, like, you should, like, you know, like red light district type shit. Like, I think it would be good for society. Like, I think certain communities ought fucking excluded if that's what they don't want or whatever. And I don't think, you know, it should be like, I don't think it should be like everywhere. But like, yeah, of course I think they should be legal. I do my hallucinogens alone in the woods. That would fucking terrify me, Mark. That would scare the shit out of me. One time I did fucking LSD with a buddy of mine, and like I was outside and it was like dusk. And I think it was like 2 or 3 hits. It wasn't anything crazy, but it was, you know, more than a hit. And I was just staring at a tree blowing in the wind in dusk, this giant tree. And then like I saw like aliens in the fucking tree and shit in the tree and the leaves. And then the wind blew one of these branches and it blew towards me, and it looked like a fucking alien was coming to grab me and put me in the fucking tree. And my buddy left me out there, and then I ran into the fucking apartment, and I was, oh my God, and I went to tell him, and he was like, dude, I have been gone for like 45 seconds. Why the fuck are you telling me a story of like what happened to you over hours? It was like, I told you I was going to go get a drink real quick. I walked in here and like cut the faucet on, and then you were in here telling me this long ass story. Like the time dilation was rough on that one. So I'm just saying, don't blame the drugs, all right? I don't think I'm a fucking spirit warrior.
All right. Well, okay.
Just saying.
What else you guys have in common?
Oh, fuck, no. Well, I wish I drove an Audi and my videos got, you know, 1 million views.
Right. You wish you ran a social club.
Oh, Casimir, hey, buddy, love you.
What caused his manic episode. Now, to begin, he insists that people should emulate him and contract an Amazonian shaman to reach the spirit world like he did. Because shamans are trained professionals, you see, and if you don't use a shaman, bad things will happen, and it's immoral or whatever. He tells us that he actually saw huge...
That's stupid. Just do, you can just do ayahuasca. You don't need a fucking shaman. That's stupid. You do need a trip, buddy, but you'll be fine. Just saying. Just blast off and go meet the fucking elves. I met the elves.
Roger.
Cool.
Huge amounts of the spirit world because of a woman shot.
Fucking Tax Brass is starting to get uncomfortable. He's like, who am I on a live stream with right now? He was like, Roger, anyways, I don't want to meet the fucking elves, you weirdo. I don't want to end up like this guy.
It's too big of a risk. I can't take it.
Shaman named Squaga Mugadaga, who administered him ayahuasca, an extremely potent drug. See, this was his first mistake. I wouldn't trust a woman to navigate me through the spirit world, frankly. No wonder he kept...
Why would you trust a woman shaman? That's wild. Like what?
Right?
No, you trust one of your boys, okay? And one of your boys, and you fucking hope that they don't try and fuck with you because they're mad that they didn't get to trip, and you just fucking roll with it.
I don't think he has a lot of boys, to be fair.
Kept ending up in hell. The bitch didn't.
I'm just saying, I've had people be like, "Oh, cool. Oh, you're gonna let me take care of you?" Anyway, since I'm in charge of the music tonight, I wonder if you guys would like to listen to some black metal. You're like, yo, what are you doing?
That's pretty cool, to be honest.
know how to read a map. Now, ayahuasca is fucking poison. It's DMT mixed with MAOI, which makes the DMT last like 12 hours plus. DMT usually lasts like 5 minutes or less in real time, but it's one of those drugs where the trip reports are shit like, I communed with a spirit aliens, or I had a terrifying encounter with a hat man, or he told me he always follows me, and then he raped me. And 12 hours of that is
that's not normally. It's usually pretty chill. Like, people don't experience really bad shit in DMT trips unless they're bad people. That's like, I'm telling, like, when someone tells me that they did like DMT and like they got like they had like this horrible experience and it was terrifying like in every way, I'm like, yeah, that's some shit in your heart, man. Like, that's some, like, that's you met your subconscious and you didn't like it because it's bad.
All right.
Just throwing that out. Just pro tip. When someone's like, yeah, I did DMT. It was great. It was fun. When people tell you like, oh yeah, and I got raped in my shit. It's like, yeah, you encountered your own subconscious. So, stay away from me.
All right.
It's just too much, even if it's a good thing.
Yeah, Hatman is usually Benadryl and like triple C's.
It's absolute anathema to an autist like Rudyard, who is already high on his own farts. At this point, Rudyard helpfully informs us that he has God, the devil, Mother Nature, time itself, etc., all as, wouldn't you know it, contacts inside of his cell phone, and he speaks to them regularly. He tells us that the spirit world—
Hold on, are you serious?
I am serious. I make nothing up in this.
That's so fucking wild, man. This guy needs help, I think. I think he needs help.
I think you're right.
What no pussy does to a man. I mean, allegedly. Allegedly, he pulls.
Allegedly.
world operates off of technicalities and little clauses and legal loopholes and whatnot. Presumably a bunch of Jewish lawyers were in the spirit world. Jesus was a Jewish lawyer in the spirit world and actually sued in order to become a prophet, apparently. You see, the thing you've got to understand is that he has seen things he cannot articulate. These are feeble minds.
Did you say Jesus was a Jewish lawyer in the spirit world?
That was a joke I wrote in.
Okay.
Not comprehend them. He's transcended
to
godhood. Praise be to Rudyard Lynch.
I have seen things I cannot even articulate to you, given they exist outside the human frame of consciousness, and yet are so clearly real. I have seen 1,000 years pass in a single instance, and the sheer enormity of the human experience as expressed in that time with each individual soul and each individual life. I have seen 1,000,000 suns crash together at once, creating such a level of cosmic destruction as to lead back to nothingness. I have seen...
This man fucking was out in the woods and fucking touched one of those beacons from Mass Effect series. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, I saw 1,000 suns crushing it. He's so full of shit. He's trying to sound cool, but he's exaggerating it to such a degree that it's insane. Like, this to me doesn't come off as schizophrenia. This comes off as like a deep desire for attention and
just wait
like
till later,
and like pathologically lying about it.
Just wait till tape 3.
Okay, all right. Fuck.
The whole of human life concentrated into the great chain of being, and the whole of cosmic beyond human, all the animals and gods and spirits contained within the great chain of being, stretching and powered from the lower levels of pettiness.
Someone in chat says this is what happens when a 70 IQ person got to think like a 110 IQ person for 2 hours.
And evil to God at the top. I have seen 1 billion lives at once, and in which you know the individuality of the living whole in the human spirit or the mind.
My roommate asks you, has Tax Brass heard of Frederick Knudsen? If not, he'd probably find it interesting. The spelling is in my chat.
Oh, let me grab that real quick.
Yeah, definitely grab that. This is great, by the way. I love this video. I don't normally I normally say this anyways, but guys, go follow it. Actually, matter of fact, let me make sure I'm following you on YouTube. Because I don't think I was subscribed to you before. I'm going to subscribe and thumbs up this. Let me cut on that notification bell. All
Oh
right.
wow, the notification bell.
Yeah, dude, I want to see when you come out. This is peak. This is amazing. This is crazy. I love it.
I appreciate it.
I'm going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3 later and fucking watching your content on like the second monitor or the third monitor because I'm rich like that. I don't drive an Audi, but I do have 3 big monitors. Okay,
That's
one of
just
them's
as good
even a
as having an
2K monitor, not 4K
No
because
shot.
I'm not quite there yet. But
Yeah. You're not quite at Rudyard levels.
Mind of God feeding off the individual lives, with all of someone's life clustered into a single vial that is their consciousness.
This is where the real schizophrenia begins. This is fucking nuts.
He's just making shit up, dude. I'm telling you, I don't think this is schizophrenia. This doesn't come off as schizophrenia at all. Like as someone that is like, it genuinely comes off as like a like just saying whatever he possibly can and going into like it is a delusion. It is a fantasy, right? And he may even convince himself of it, but it's not an internal fantasy that he believes and he just happens to be communicating. Like schizophrenics are not this open about like their issues, right? Let me put it to you this way. I have had schizophrenics in my family. Okay.
Yeah.
It was something that I was genuinely worried about because it comes from both my mother and father's side of my family.
Yeah.
And like my mother's father was schizophrenic. He killed himself. And the same thing happened to my grandfather's, my great uncle. He also killed himself from schizophrenia. So it was something I was genuinely worried about. And so I did do a lot of research into it at one point. Schizophrenics aren't this open, right? Like they're like, you have to like, you tend to have to like pry to get them to tell you this level of detail of their delusions, right? They'll tell you crazy shit, but they won't cut on a camera and tell you everything. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it's not typical of schizophrenics. This is far more likely as a pathological liar, or like some form of cluster B where he's just doing everything. Maybe even histrionic, like an element of histrionic personality disorder here. Like this, like I'm a sex god, I'm amazing with like some NPD mixed in.
By the end of this, he starts waving around a pistol and talking to stuffed beavers. So it starts escalating.
Yeah, but it's performative. It seems like.
I don't think so.
Maybe not. I'd have to see the full video in context to really know. You know what I mean? And even then, I'm not a psychologist. Right, I'm not a psychologist, but I have done a lot of research and looked into it a lot more than the layman. And I did go to grad school for it. I've taken quite a few psychopathology classes. It feels more like I need attention. And then after he posted, he was like, okay, maybe this is not quite the attention I wanted.
Right.
I don't know.
Howdy, this is Chris Chan, post Idea Guy's levels of delusion.
Are you saying schizos are somewhat self-aware? Most schizophrenics are self-aware. Like we watch these movies like The Beautiful Mind and shit, and like Hollywood of like, ooh, he's talking to a friend and he never knew that the friend wasn't real, right? Overwhelmingly, like schizophrenics are like, oh yeah, no, like I know that these are voices inside my head and that they're not real. But have you ever tried living a life where the voices in your head scream at you for 10 hours straight to kill yourself? Or you can go to the airport because you're a rock star. Eventually you just give in to the compulsion. Like I know it's not real, but then I just give in and I let it take me over because it makes the voices stop screaming.
Right.
Schizophrenia is a lot sadder than it is in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Legitimately thinks he's a transcendent being who has walked across other dimensions. He says he has spent significant amounts of time in hell and has experienced the extraordinary agony of hell. He has had demons rip his flesh apart and has had every atom scream. We have no concept of how much he has suffered and how long he has spent in hell, he says. He spent most of his time in the spirit world in hell, so presumably there's a reason for that. A preview of things to come. Maybe he should stop committing blasphemy, just an idea. Actually, you see, because of how spirit time works, he's really spent infinity time in hell, and part of him is still there. He spent dozens of hours speaking to the devil in there, who he says is very similar to... Good lord. He says the devil is really similar to his mother, and that he enjoyed his company a lot, and that the devil told him that Rudyard actually doesn't belong in hell, but is...
that might be kind of schizo.
Yeah.
The familial connection to the trauma of like your delusions and like personifying it into like otherworldly beings to like disassociate is pretty similar to how schizos think. Yeah, you might. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. Maybe.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. Yeah.
Is only there in order to pay a debt for his bloodline. Hell was collectivist? Who would have thought it? I thought heaven was supposed to be the socialist paradise, not hell. They have the whole North Korean 3 generations of punishment thing going on. Now, Rudyard received a revelation after leaving hell from the Lord, God himself, apparently. He says God told him that it was his duty to found a religion. He's gonna become a cult leader. I cannot articulate how fucking insane this is.
Okay, for the record, this is the fun fact. Did you know that in Israel there is a specific hospital, mental hospital, and there's a wing in the mental hospital that is incredibly specialized, that has experts. And do you know what it's for?
People who claim to be the second coming of Christ.
Yeah, Messiah complex, because of the Wailing Wall. So a whole bunch of people with Messiah complex go to the Wailing Wall because that's where it's supposed to happen and shit. And dude, one of my dreams, one of my greatest dreams of all time has been to somehow get a camera crew in there.
Yeah.
Like I want to see dozens of people that all believe that they are the Messiah, all in the same place, like eating lunch medicated together.
What if one of them is right?
But I'm just being like, I'm Jesus. No, I'm Jesus. No, I'm Cthulhu. I am the second. Like, just a whole hospital wing of people who all believe that they're the Messiah, and everyone else there is faking it or crazy. You're all crazy. I'm the one that's not crazy. If I was a sociopath. Not saying I am, chat. But if I was a sociopath, what if we took these people and we did a game show like Survivor and we did shit like tried to make them doubt and break them by like putting in things to make other people and contest like a contest to prove that you're the Messiah to all of these other people, okay, that are just faking, but they all believe
Let's see
it.
who can turn this water into wine first.
like those places where they have like pools or whatever with like really clear water, and then they have like a mirror or whatever, and you can like walk on it and it looks like you're walking on water. And just have one of those and people trying to convince everybody else that they're walking on water.
Be pretty peak.
Hunger Games winner becomes Jesus. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like Survivor, and they have to vote out who they think is like really pretending. Okay,
Each
like
episode, Jesus gets off. Yeah.
yeah, they're voting out the fakes. But the funny thing is that they all know in their heart of hearts that they're the real one and everyone else is faking. And yet they still have to have conversations to convince people that like this person's definitely faking because they all want to win so that they can prove that they are the Messiah.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it's like, that might be Kino. That might be Kino.
I'm just saying you would watch that, right? You would watch that series.
I think I would, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it would also be horribly exploitative, but God, would it be entertaining?
Right.
We're gonna have an autistic Waco in 2025. This autistic guy is a threat to the nation. I take back that he's not a bad guy type like Vosh or Fuentes. This guy's a supervillain. He's the biggest threat of all. Tragic backstory be damned, he's forming a cult while having conversations with Satan, Lord of Darkness. See, he says he saw inside the mind of God. He also sometimes refers to God as Yahweh, by the way, and I understand that's an Old Testament spelling of the name, but the vibe I get from it is that he's fallen into some strange Irish analog.
Yahweh? Like he went with the Jehovah Witness pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton?
Yeah.
Well, so it's we don't, like, we kind of, I think we have, didn't someone figure out recently, like, how to pronounce the Tetragrammaton? Isn't that a thing? Am I crazy?
I don't follow those circles really.
Those circles? No, it was just like some news.
Yeah.
I like.
I don't know.
The Tetragrammaton, the 4 Hebrew letters YHWH, is not pronounced aloud in Judaism. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I thought there was like someone had figured it out. I guess not. Maybe I'm full of shit. Apparently, still nobody knows how to pronounce it. But of all the pronunciations, he went with Jehovah Witness one. Like, that's so weird to me. It feels like a 90 IQ crazy person trying to convince the world that they're this, this prophet or whatever.
To the black Hebrew Israelites, who tend to speak similarly. Anyway, Rudyard is God's great gift to humanity. Rudyard compares God to Lord of the Rings. Rudyard is legitimately speaking to voices in his head, which tell him they're God, and he's
Yeah, the more I listen to this, it sounds less and less like schizophrenia and more like a mid-level IQ person with like severe narcissistic personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder that has been given a large YouTube platform.
It's definitely possible.
And is a little crazy on top of having those. Like, there's something else mixed in there, but it doesn't feel like, it feels like that more than anything. But again, how the fuck do I know?
Listening to them. Says he's getting information from God. Rogat asked for a source and really said divine enlightenment. He says he had very in-depth philosophical debates between God and the devil all day long, at age 7, while in the shower. I'll be honest, I don't think he was speaking to the devil. It was probably just some pedophile who was raping him. He helpfully informs us that he is the first human ever, in all of history, that God has led into the halls of time, some very treacherous and dangerous area. It's his job to guide humanity through these halls, and these halls are also where souls come from. He actually saw his own soul, and it's immortal and lives in a cave alone, away from the other souls, and he helps them benevolently when they need assistance. Well, he claims to be the first person to visit the halls of time. He's actually lying.
I'm so glad this guy's not that smart, because if this guy was smart, he would start the next Scientology.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm super glad that this guy isn't that bright.
Who is charismatic and whatnot.
Yeah, if he truly wasn't an incel and was like 5 or 10 IQ points higher, like, this guy would have people drinking, sorry, it's not Kool-Aid, it's fucking, what was it, Powerade or whatever? But there'd be like, we'd see some crazy shit pop off.
You'd love to see it.
Hate to break it to you, but I was there first. I was trespassing. I got there by good old-fashioned fentanyl, actually. Not Axicalado or whatever the fuck. I'm the one who actually put his soul in the Cave of Solitude to begin with. I'm the antagonist. He's the hero, I'm the villain. I'm the big bad. He does get rather Petersonian with his view of nature and his feminine and whatnot. The feminine forces of destruction and so forth. He also explicitly says Peterson was right, so there's a lot of inspiration, clearly. I like Peterson well enough, but this is a nutty application of it.
This dude just did drugs and read Maps of Meaning, and it broke him. Like, have you ever read Maps of Meaning?
No, I haven't.
It's really good. Like, as much as like 12 Rules for Life and shit suck, but Maps of Meaning is really, really fucking good.
All right.
I would read Eric Neumann's Origins and History of Consciousness, Part 1. You don't need to read Part 2, because Part 2 is all about psychotherapy, and it's all like old school, mixture of like Jungian and Freudian psychotherapy before behaviorism was even popular. But read that, because you'll get like a good foundation of Jungian mythological structures.
All right.
And like,
yeah, I'll pick it up.
And then read Maps of Meaning, and it's really good. Thank you for this. Thank you for this cinema. this craziness. I'm normally not into the Yuki spooky shit, but
yeah.
But I appreciate you, and I appreciate you coming on today. It's fun.
Yeah,
I did the political compass test was fun.
Happy to show.
I did not expect us to go this long, but whatever. I'm gonna listen to a little bit more before I get out of here.
Alrighty.
I want to see the third clip. I want to see him get into it a little bit more. I'll figure out whatever this lady's talking about.
His ideas. He says, holy shit. He says he was at one point a woman giving birth and was appalled at how much suffering there was.
I'm pregnant.
I thought he was just joking back then. Bro really went into labor. Who bred him? Come on, guys. Put your guesses in the comments. Who inseminated him? Other than his father, wait. Was this an incest baby? Oh no. The Antichrist is gonna have Down syndrome. Anyway, Rudyard is a life bringer who allows trees to grow and buildings to expand. And he is what lets life win against death. Typical Messiah stuff. He make crops grow and heal all wounds and whatnot. When he came out of his trance, the Amazonian shamans were apparently very impressed that Rudyard, a mere mortal, had managed to see the spirit world and travel back from hell alive. He said something very inspirational like, "I am Rudyard Lynch. I refuse to die. The spirit world cannot kill me." He says he was actually a vegetable after the spirit world raped him or whatever, and the big titty shaman girls had to nurse him back to health. After that, he went back to make more YouTube videos, which God told him to do. His video on the Manifesto of the New Right was actually apparently entirely dictated him by God. He really does think
It's kind of like Moses, you see.
It's giving off like Joseph Smith vibes.
Dude,
You know what I mean? Like this was dictated to me by God. You know what I mean? Like
I think
like,
actually,
oh, okay.
I think I actually make that reference in my video. Let me find the script.
Right. It's like, yeah, like there's something weird there.
Yeah.
Like the dictated by God. It's like, okay, so if I can just find one verifiably, factually untrue thing from that video, then that means God lied to you, buddy.
Which I feel like, God might do, to be fair.
he's some sort of modern Joseph Smith. I actually find
Literally.
Here we go.
literally, as soon as I unpause it, you make that.
We have shared minds.
Fucking great minds think alike, but fools rarely differ.
I'm getting divine messages relatable, frankly. You see, I was actually raped by the creator god Quetzalcoatl. He told me to go out and do nude rain dances to bring about a good harvest. Unfortunately, the police arrested me for indecency before I could get
See, that wasn't Quetzalcoatl, man. Like, that was just a drug trip. If it was truly Quetzalcoatl, he would either tell you to refound Tenochtitlan, or he would demand that you sacrifice like 1,000 virgins.
Right.
Just dancing for rain, that's not Quetzalcoatl, man.
Well, maybe he wanted to get me invested a little first,
Okay, like show that your powers work, and then the rain starts.
Yeah.
Then you'd be more willing to like murder a bunch of like babies.
Because I wouldn't just go out and do it on a whim. You kidding me? Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly. You'd think you were crazy, but if you could bring the rain, if you were the rain bringer, then maybe.
Yeah, I'd have some proof.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, you're a scientifically minded man.
Right.
Pressing a virgin and whatnot. By this point, most people have discovered a pattern with the stories. They all follow this formula. I did X. It was the greatest experience ever, and it almost killed me, but I'm a Superman who was able to deal with it. And I am now a better man for it. So you out there, don't do X. Just listen to my wisdom, and I have to teach you about my experiences. Interestingly, he mentions here that his PTSD is from seeing the spirit world and not from getting raped or raping his sister. Thank you for the clarification, Rudyard. I'm getting the impression that he's less of a Jesus Christ sort of prophet and more of a Muhammad sort of prophet. Keep this guy away from Aisha. Oh yeah, that does bring us to tape 2, I guess. Let the raping begin. Roll tape 2.
My mother waterboarded me 3 times running in the bath. My mom had forced me to rape my own sister before the babysitter raped me. My mom had threatened to install water to punish me, hit me in the back with a shovel. When you perceive the spirit world, there's this divine seed.
So to begin with, he raped his sister and got raped by his mother. That's all very sad. I almost don't want to joke about it. Almost. I guess he wasn't an incel, to be fair. Makes him saying he's happy with his romantic options take on a whole different meaning.
I'm pretty
Someone needs to do like welfare checks on this person.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely.
He's
all
very
right,
unwell.
so yeah, like, honestly, I needed a time to stop. And this is starting to feel a little bit, a little, I don't want to say exploitative, but more like this person needs genuine help. And I almost feel bad now. Novum, how dare you curse in my chat? Like, I almost feel a little, like, it almost feels like I'm like poking fun of the retarded kid in class.
It does feel that way, but on the other hand, the retarded kid does have 700,000 subscribers.
780,000, yeah, and an Audi. So it's like,
Audi.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm glad you did the work to call it out, but Jesus Christ. Well, let me not say that. He'll have opinions.
Yeah, dude. Jesus Christ. It gets so good, dude. It gets so good. Oh my god. He's a hell of a guy.
Yeah, that was a wild ride to end out the night. I think we're good for the day, boys. Tax Brass, thank you for coming on. It's pretty good.
Happy to come on. Yeah.
Pretty good conversation. We went through some pretty crazy things there at the end, but
Ups and downs.
If you're just coming in now, you should go through the whole thing. We did a political compass test. We talked ANCAP politics, and then we got onto this psycho, and it just I had to see it through. I had to go down this rabbit hole a little bit. Yeah. What are y'all reacting to? Tax Brass own video on his channel about this insane dude I'd never heard of, What the Alt-hist, who is apparently like severely mental, severely something. I don't fucking know. It looks like I can't. Yeah, I can't tell if it's just run-of-the-mill like narcissism and histrionic personality disorder combined with a large YouTube presence, which gives him like this ability to kind of like, because there's something. There's a lot of people with NPD that get famous, but there's not a lot of people with NPD that get famous that are also like incel-y and also like locked in their house. Usually fame comes with a lot of social interaction. And so narcissism doesn't have those same, like you're not going to get a famous actor with narcissism that like can't socially navigate and goes down like a deep hole. I mean, you do sometimes, and then they do shit like Martin Lawrence, like wave a gun around in the street naked, right? But usually, like, there's a protective factor of the ability to socialize with people by being in a profession or something that requires a lot of engagement that comes with all of that fame. But the YouTube video essayist thing is a unique form of fame.
You can see how you could get a god complex if you just
Right.
you know, like did in a video like just espouse your opinions and get like 1 million views.
But yeah, so everybody check out Taxed Brass. I followed him on stream. I subscribed and then cut on the notification bell. It's peak content.
Put on the notification bell, guys.
I did. I put on the notification bell. Like you should do the same for me. You know, so you know when the go live
bell on already, even. You know?
Ooh! But if you really want to know, join the Discord. Follow me on. Apparently, it's Zitter, according to the Zoomers.
It is Zitter, yeah.
You know, to see my shower thoughts and me be toxic, consider supporting the channel for memberships for only $3.99. Get cool little badges and emotes. I always answer super chats, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Do you have anything you want to say before you get out of here, Tax Brass?
Peace to all. Have a great day, guys. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's been a hell of a ride this stream.
Yeah, dude, it was a wild ride, and I hope you guys had a wonderful Easter weekend, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.